Hello, welcome to MOAR's 15th annual holiday and membership celebration. Of course, because of COVID-19, we were not able to meet in person this year. Our video will start with a short clip of our celebration last year in person, but we have a lot of fun activities, including an ugly sweater contest and many great speakers coming on board this year. And please always remember to join MOAR. www.more-recovery.org/more. Thank you very much and enjoy.
Hey, Kirsten.
Yeah.
So I still didn't receive any message from you. I don't know what's going on. Did you want to email me?
No, I'll try it again. Oh, you're on here twice.
I'll just forward you the link. Hold on.
Oh, get away.
Hi, everybody. Are you ready for a more holiday experience? Yeah.
Y'all having a good time? That's what I'm talking about. I didn't want to come up here to no weak, yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
I'm a strong believer the only way to combat the disease of addiction is to get educated on it and then walk right towards it.
I really enjoy coming to this event every year because I love being in a room full of folks that are in recovery.
Grab a hold of somebody and hang on through the holiday season because it can be a really difficult time for people in recovery.
Just really reflecting on how amazing it is to be in a space where everyone is so open and so proud about their recovery.
And that was what worked for me. That was a 12-step program that worked for me because I found people in there who are on the other side of my story, and that's what recovery does. It gives you hope.
If we keep putting money into things and not follow people through with recovery coaches and really services to help them through that process, we're not doing a whole lot.
So many of the recovery communities, the recovery centers serve so many individuals that we really are able to reach the recovery community through these hubs, through these centers.
Rolling the dice, playing games with my life, despite I might lose the right to be right there where the family's tight.
Hi, my name is Julie. I am the Boston Northeast Regional Coordinator for MOAR.
Hi, my name is Jared Owen, and I do MOAR with Communications and Public Policy at MOAR.
Hi, everybody. I'm Julie. I'm a recovery coach for MOAR and a facilitator for the Areas program. Woo!
Thank you all for coming out. My name's Daryl, and I'm a recovery coach for MOAR.
Hi, everybody. My name is Kirsten Doherty, and I coordinate a grant. I coordinate a SAMHSA-funded grant called SOAR, Speaking Out for Addiction Recovery.
Hi, everybody. My name is Athena Haddon, and I'm the regional coordinator. Woo!
Good evening. My name is Noel Sierra. I'm the Southeast Regional Coordinator for MOAR.
Hi.
The passcode is embedded in the email, but it's not attached.
Hi, everybody. Are you ready for a more holiday experience? No.
Am I having a good time?
Is this really starting now?
What I'm talking about. I didn't want to come up here to no weak, yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
I'm a strong believer the only way to combat the disease of addiction is to get educated on it and then walk right towards it.
I really enjoy coming to this event every year because I love being in a room full of folks that are in recovery.
Grab a hold of somebody and hang on through the holiday season because it can be a really difficult time for people in recovery.
Just really reflecting on how amazing it is to be in a space where everyone is so open and so proud about their recovery.
And that was what worked for me. That was a 12-step program that worked for me because I found people in there who are on the other side of my story. And that's what recovery does. It gives you hope.
If we keep putting money into things and not following people through with recovery coaches and really services to help them through that process, we're not doing a whole lot.
So many of the recovery
Hi, my name is Julie. I am the Boston Northeast Regional Coordinator for MOAR.
Hi, my name's Jared Owen, and I do MOAR with Communications and Public Policy at MOAR.
Hi, everybody. I'm Julie. I'm a recovery coach for MOAR and a facilitator for the areas program. Woo!
Thank you all for coming out. My name's Daryl, and I'm a recovery coach for MOAR.
Hi, everybody. My name is Kirsten Doherty, and I coordinate a grant. I coordinate a SAMHSA-funded grant called SOAR, Speaking Out for Addiction Recovery.
Hi, everybody. My name is Athena Haddon, and I'm the regional coordinator. Woo!
Good evening. My name is Noel Sierra. I'm the Southeast Regional Coordinator for MOAR.
Hi everyone, Michael Rello here from Everyday Miracles. And as the holidays are upon us and they're approaching very fast, one of the tools that I take out of my toolbox is reading. So this year, I plan on downloading some William White previous work that he has done on recovery and recovery centers and catch up on that and do some reading this holidays. Everyone have a blessed holiday and stay safe.
Right. How I am going to stay clean these holiday seasons is do service work, contact my sponsor, and build a strong network.
Hi, how I'm gonna stay clean through this holiday season? I'm gonna stay in contact with my sponsor. I'm gonna go to meetings and ask for help.
Hello, this is Gerard from Turning Point Recovery Center in Walpole. Take number 367. What helps me get through the holidays, especially this year, is just being grateful for the little things and not taking anything for granted. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Leah. I'm in long-term recovery, and I'm going to keep in touch with my friends and pick up the phone and love my grandkids and think about them and what effect I have on my family's life.
Good morning. Staying clean and sober during these holiday seasons. It's very important to have recovery family around you at all times. Whether you pick up a phone, you greet them at a door, or you see them at a meeting. But the bottom line is you must stay safe.
My name's Alyssa. Staying clean this holiday season is very important. You have to build a network. You have to stay in touch with your sponsor, attend meetings, whether it's Zoom or person, and stay safe.
Hi, my name is Melissa, and although I'm in California, my tools for recovery during the holidays are meetings in Walpole at Turning Point, areas, and live ring, including Recovery by Choice. Thanks.
Hi, everyone. I'm Mary Ann Frangulis with Massachusetts Organization for Addiction Recovery MOAR, Executive Director, and I'm introducing the visible, local, valuable staff to you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Trevi Hall, and I'm the Western Mass Regional Coordinator for MOAR. Welcome.
Hey, everybody. I'm Trevor Dayton. I'm an areas facilitator. Thanks for coming.
Morning, my name is Scott Camp, intern.
What's up, everybody? I'm Scott Francis, Metro West Regional Coordinator, and recovery is real.
Hi, everybody. I'm Shauna Crawford. I'm a recovery coach, and we're so glad to see you all.
Hey there, my name is Peter Kwong, and I'm Administrative Coordinator for MOAR.
Hey everyone, Noel Sierra, Southeast Regional Coordinator for MOAR.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Mark Mahat, and I'm a recovery.
Happy to see everyone. My name is Kirsten Doherty. I'm the project director for the SOAR grant, Speaking Out for Addiction Recovery.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kimberly Krausick. I'm a recovery coach supervisor. I also supervise areas, addiction, recovery,
You want me to go out?
access services. Very happy to see everyone.
Huh?
Good morning, everybody.
More.
My name is Julie Pike. I am a recovery coach and an areas co-facilitator.
Hi, everyone. My name is Julie Bunch. I am Boston Northeast Regional Coordinator, and it's wonderful to see you.
Hi, my name's Jared Owen. I do communications for MOAR, and I'm here to communicate that you can do more too.
Hi, everybody. My name's Darryl Wright. I'm a recovery coach. Thank you for coming out.
Hi, everybody. My name's Athena Hatt, and I'm the regional coordinator for Central Mass.
Welcome, everybody. I'm Don Young, Operations Director, and I'm from MOAR. Thank you for being here.
Estamos. Ok, ven a ver. Vamos a ver.
Happy holidays. Mary Ann, can you hear me all? Those that are So happy holidays and away we go. So happy to have you all today at our 15th annual holiday celebration. And that means MOAR, Massachusetts Organization for Addiction Recovery Holiday Celebration. So I think that I have something to show you that's going to go up on the screen in a little bit. Ho, ho, ho. Well, along with that, we really want to be able to share and thank all of our sponsors today. Bureau of Substance Addiction Services, and later you're going to hear from Julio Ojeda, Recovery Support Services Coordinator, as well as Deidre Calvert, is the BSAS Director. Blue Cross Blue Shield Foundation, SAMHSA, Spectrum, wow, and oh, and Dan Kelly saying hi to everybody. Moving on to the next page. Yes, indeed. You know, MOAR's got a mission, people? Yes, you do. Is to organize recovering individuals, families, and friends into a collective voice to educate the public about the value of recovery from alcohol and other addictions. And we envision a society where addiction is treated as a serious public health issue and recovery is recognized as valuable for all our communities. Welcome. Yes, this has been quite the trying year between COVID and the recognition for too long about racial disparity. So MOAR is getting some support with the help of the Bureau of Substance Addiction Services. We've hired a consultant and called Human in Common, and we have putting our statement into action because we truly believe that seeking out injustice is everybody's obligation. And living with diversity, equity, and inclusion is everyone's right. Do you all agree? Great. Good. Let's move on. Moving on. Yes. And you're here. You are here, which is a wonderful, wonderful thing. And this is our 15th annual holiday celebration. And I hope that you come in March because we will have a Boston Public Policy Forum. And people, in April, there is the Alcohol Awareness Town Hall meeting, which is really important, as well as we do a Western Mass with all our friends in Western Massachusetts and do a policy forum there, which is always very exciting. And everybody's got a laugh too. This year, because COVID, we could not have our annual comedy fundraiser, but we can all laugh, which is really important. And then we love Recovery Month. And thank you all for participating. We had a wonderful Recovery Month celebration. And prior to Recovery Month, I know Kirsten's going to talk to you about our SOAR, Speaking Out for Addiction Recovery Camp and Summit with all the different peer recovery support centers across the state and year-round meetings. You should never be bored because there's more to do, as well as getting involved in our little education program that teaches you to navigate the system. Addiction, recovery, education, access, services coming to your area, as well as recovery messaging, which we will do next week in North Adams, which is going to be important. And we're all about advocating the building of your voice because you got a choice. Moving on. Yes, indeed. So speaking about Recovery Month, we really want to acknowledge all of our Recovery Month Celebration Day sponsors who have been really, really helpful to us. And you can see them all on screen, and thank you. Moving on. Yes, indeed. You're going to hear about SOAR. I just wanted to give you a big picture, but Kristen Doherty, our director of SOAR, will give you a larger picture with people actually speaking that are involved with SOAR. Can you imagine that? Well, SOAR does more. Moving on. And you've heard about all of our recovery education. Well, there you see it going round and round. Yes, indeed. And we'll go further. Yes. Policy and advocacy. You are going to hear today from some of our wonderful legislators, Representative Marjorie Becker, as well as Senator Julian Thier, who are the mental health, substance use, and recovery co-chairs, Representative O'Day, who's doing up a wonderful licensing of recovery coach bill that all of you helped design. And we've been working really hard on telehealth, the budget, recovery coaching, disparities, homelessness, overdoses, my goodness. And then as I mentioned, the Western Mass Policy Forum, get this, one year we did it with our friends in Western Mass at Hope for Holyoke. Yay for Hope for Holyoke. Went to the Basketball Hall of Fame, and in 2020 we did it on Zoom. Boy, let's go. Yes, indeed. Well, when we speak about the budget, when we refer to the state budget, that's where the funding comes from that our state legislators vote on. We thought this year with COVID that it was going to be a tougher year. Well, guess what? They said, we think you need 5 more recovery centers. Then they said, hey, we do think you need medication-assisted treatment, otherwise known as MOUD, medication opioid use disorder recovery, and co-occurring education for all of the staff. And you know that over 3 years ago, the federal government said, mass rehab, we're going to take some money away from you. And our community said, what? That helps me with my education. So the state legislators agreed with our Mass Coalition for Addiction Services that indeed that $1 million should go to BSAS, the Bureau of Substance Addiction Services, and then go to Mass Rehab so we can get some great support. Is that good? Wow. Hope for Holyoke is given a big woo. That's really good. And Hope for Holyoke is one of the 26 recovery support centers in our state. And we also are very glad that there will be $3 million more for access to recovery funding, which helps people that are coming out of the prison system, helps people that are, well, helps women that are pregnant and parenting, as well as veterans. Very important in 4 cities, and we want to bring it to even more cities than that. That's New Bedford, Worcester, Springfield, and Boston. Hey, they only got 347 to go. Let's go. That means there's 351 cities in Massachusetts. All right. So throughout the year, and with support from the grants that we have gotten, we've done a lot of surveys that told us that people like telehealth, but they also want the internet capacity to go with it, as well as we need to have that space when we can return to really help the people that are further along in their addiction to be able to support them. A big thing that came out is the experience of those who don't have a house to live in, don't have that support, so they need housing support. And we needed safety for people with COVID, as well as they were all up with recovery coaching and recovery centers. We want to thank the host portion of the Mental Health, Substance Use, and Recovery Committee, because MOAR got to serve on the Behavioral Health Advisory Committee and work together in community to help make advances. So thank you. And you will hear from Representative Marjorie Decker in a little bit. Moving on. Hey, so what else? Let's really address the disparities. Let's really work together. I know MOAR is making an apology for not giving this enough of attention. So in fact, we do have 2 committees in our staff that eventually we're going to widen up and invite people to participate in. And we have Julie Bunch, that is the chair of our partnership and allyship, and Trevi Hall is chair of the language as well as curricula. So that is really, really important to us. And we had the wonderful opportunity to be involved with a RISE grant, working with and collaborating with people across the state. This year, we're going to also work with RISE around public policy. So we're very happy to be able to say that. And we want to grow our network. We want to see a seamless continuum here. What's that? That when people want to be able to get treatment and support, they go in the door, they go at any door that there is. So that means no wrong door. And they have the opportunity to be able to get the support they need that will include recovery coaching. So we want to be able to engage everybody because your voice is so important. So make the choice to use your voice. And moving on. And we want to thank all of our supporters, especially BSAS, the Bureau of Substance Addiction Services, SAMHSA, as well as the Blue Cross Blue Shield Foundation and RISE, and all of you. Thank you so much. And what do we have next? So we have a whole event going forward, and guess what? You all get to participate in the ugly sweater contest. And I think Athena has something to show us. Ooh. I see Julie in the Springfield Recovery Center. Hi, Springfield Recovery Center.
Go on.
We're looking for that beautiful ugly sweater. Because we have an ugly sweater contest. I got one, but I'm not part of the sweater people. And what we're going to do is be able to let you demonstrate the power of owning the most ugly sweater in the whole wide world, and we'll give you an award for it. And there will be two winners. One will be winner. One will be an individual winner. And we have Leslie, who is going to be the judge, supported by Julie Bunch. Oh, look at those sweaters. My God, they're so ugly. I hope you win. And they come from Holyoke. Really wonderful. Thank you. Very good. Hey, hi, Springfield.
Marianne.
Hi, Julie. All right. So, are we going to see that fabulous sweater, or are we moving on?
We're moving on, Marianne.
All right, we're going to move on. I hear Athena say, move on. Well, we're going to hear from Reverend Art Gordon, who is going to give us a few spiritual words. Are you here, Reverend Art Gordon? I saw you coming on.
I am.
Oh, great, wonderful.
Well, good evening, everyone. My name is Art Gordon. I'm the pastor of St. John Missionary Baptist Church, and I am excited to join MOAR and to all of the friends and partners on this beautiful day as we celebrate this membership holiday celebration. You know, this is my favorite time of year. It's the year of chestnuts roasting on an open fire, Jack Frost nipping at your nose. It's the Christmas season. And it's a season of giving, not only of the giving of gifts, but the giving of our time, the giving of our talents, and the giving of our efforts. It's a season of serving. It's a season of love. It's a season of hope. It's a season of restoring. It's a season of resiliency. It's a season of joy. And I want to add one more thing. I would suggest to all of us on today that the Christmas season is also a season for all of us to keep pressing. You know, it's been a long year. We're in the last month of this year we call 2020. And for the rest of our lives, we will always remember the year 2020. And our children and grandchildren and whomever will always ask us, what was the year 2020 like? I want to, as we think about 2020, obviously we know about this global pandemic that has literally challenged all of us. And it has further demonstrated the systemic injustices all across our country, not just in northern urban cities like Boston, but even in smaller country cities in the South. And we've also seen the racial injustices that have always been present, but are more present because of this pandemic. You know, as I thought about this holiday celebration, and as I thought also just about this year, I thought about words from the Apostle Paul in the New Testament. And there's a book in the New Testament called Philippians. And in the third chapter, there's a scripture that always encourages me. And I just want to read it really quickly. It says, brothers and sisters, I do not consider myself yet of having taken hold of it. But one thing I do, I forget what is behind and I strain forward to what is ahead. I press on towards the goal to win the prize for which God has called me heavenward. That's interesting. As I think about that, anytime all of us have some sort of goal in life, And anytime we are moving
cada
towards
vez
a goal,
que
there
nos
are
movemos
a
hacia
variety of challenges that always happens. That we all have goals, and in the midst of getting to our goals, we have to overcome so many different challenges. You know, we all have goals during this season, Christmas. Some of our goals might be to continue staying sober. Some of our goals might be to continue staying clean. Others of us, our goals are to stay safe and to stay in constant communication with our close friends and support partners.
darle apoyo a
There's so many different
compañeros.
things that we
Y
are thinking about
hay
in
muchas cosas
terms
que
of
nosotros
our own
somos
goals in this year.
y nuestras
And
metas.
sometimes our goals
Así
might
que
be to
muchas
get
de
closer to
nuestras
family,
metas son de
maybe to make stronger commitments to ourselves and our future. But I want to remind all of us on this holiday celebration that we got to continue to keep pressing towards our goals. All of us who are on this Zoom call, no matter who we are, how old we are, whether we are in recovery or not, we are here today because we were able to press towards some goals. You know, my favorite theologian, his name is Reinhold Niebuhr, and he wrote this prayer that so many people speak about today. It's a prayer that's called the Serenity Prayer that goes like this: God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things that I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. I often add this last piece, that in this prayer, I'd like to add that I also want, God, that you would give us the strength to keep on pressing towards our goals. Whether our goals in this season are to stay clean and sober, whether our goals are to be stronger and better in our families, to save money, to get back in school, to get a better home, all of us have goals, and we have to keep on pressing, and we have to keep on moving. The way we press is by putting one foot in front of the other day by day. I want to leave this one last story that I was thinking about as I thought about pressing. In high school, you may not believe this, but I was on the track team, and the race that I ran, and I was the best one on my track team in doing, is called the hurdles. We had this race called the 300-meter hurdles, where we would run 300 meters around the track, but we had to jump over hurdles in the midst of running this race. That's interesting because in life and the races that we all have different hurdles that we have to jump over. And so as you're running this race, you're taught the best way to run over the hurdles. But there's something that happens within the last 100 meters, and that is your body is extremely tired. You want to give up. You want to quit. But in the midst of it, you begin to hear the cheers of your friends, your family, and your coaches. And just hearing those cheers from others, it fuels you to go a little faster and to go a little harder as you win the race. In one particular race, I remember I thought I was going to come in first. In fact, I was in first for most of the race, but by the time the race ended, I wasn't in first place. And my coach gathered me up and reminded me, you ran a good race, and although you didn't come first, what's more important is that you endured and that you keep pressing. And I want to remind all of us on this Zoom call during this holiday season, is the life we live is not a race, but we are called to keep on pressing. When we get knocked down, we get back up. When we have setbacks, we keep on pressing. When our plans don't work out, we re-strategize and keep pressing. And I want to remind us in this holiday season, to all on this Zoom call, that this season will be a great season if we continue to keep on pressing, hand in hand, hope in hope, shoulder to shoulder, to not only make sure ourselves are better in reaching our goals, but that our friends and those around us, those who we are in partnership with, will also reach their goals as well. I'm looking forward to pressing during this season and reaching the goals that God has called me. And I'm sure that you're looking forward to pressing towards the goals that are planned for you in your life. Happy holidays, everybody.
Wow. Thank you, Reverend Gordon, for your very spiritual words. And I know that they'll make meaning for those that celebrate Kwanzaa, Hanukkah, the solstice, you name it. Thank you so much. Very good. And now, do you know that MOAR has a board and even has a president? And his name is Kevin McCarthy. And Kevin, when he is completed with his wonderful sharing, will introduce Noel Sierra, is our MC for the evening. Hey, Kevin. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays, Marianne, and welcome everybody to our holiday party. I wish I could be there with you because the one thing I can say that I'm waiting for at the end of this pandemic is just random hugs. You know what I mean? Spreading that cheer, giving away the gift of kindness and warmth, which is given away on a regular basis by members of MOAR. We share with each other our success in recovery, and we support each other in the things that we need to do in order to live this life, which is a second to none. I am grateful and humbled to be the president of the MOAR board, which is a group of volunteers that utilize their expertise and professionalism to help guide and direct this organization so that it can continue to provide more strength, more gratitude, more support to all of you, which we know are visible, vocal, and valuable members of our society. And so without further ado, if they're here, I'd love for them to acknowledge. I know that a few of them have sent their regrets for not being here. I'm just going to give you a list of the wonderful people that are members of our board. We are currently without a VP, but our treasurer is Mr. Joseph Kelleher. Our secretary clerk is Mr. Vincente Sanabria. We have Father Joe White, who's been on the board for a great deal of time. Danny Genevin, who is a friend of mine and works with Elliott Community Human Services. Emily Grace, a wonderful nurse practitioner in the Northampton area in the western part of the state. Mr. Tavis Carter, newly member of the DMH, Department of Mental Health, helping enhance our well-being. Ms. Chelsea Orafiche, who works in the Springfield City Hall and manages contracts to support young people, especially young people in recovery in Springfield. Sarah Coughlin, who's with the Charlestown Coalition and the president of the National Association of Social Workers, Massachusetts chapter. Mr. Vijay Dalal, who is currently the president and heads up the Ndara House. Ms. Della Blake, who heads up the BASE program so that we have more Black counselors in the process of being LADACs and developing more support for people in recovery. I want to thank them all, and I want to thank Marianne Frangoulis, our executive director, our leader, our energy, our voice, the person that's been carrying this mission for decades, who has been the champion for those of us that have been in recovery even before I was in recovery. And as a person in long-term recovery, which means for me, I haven't had a substance since November 1994, I am glad that the Marianne Frangoulises were there when I came into the fellowship, into the program, into recovery, and these supports were already here. I want to say thank you to the MOAR staff, to the areas coordinators, the SOAR people, the recovery coaches, the internal staff, for all the great work that you do. And I also want to welcome Mr. Don Young, who's going to be another part of our leadership team. This is a great holiday celebration, and I wish you all joy and peace, and most of all, continued recovery. Thank you all very much. I greatly appreciate you. And the person that's going to take the show away, the person that killed it on our September Recovery Day, my friend and yours, Mr. Noel Sierra. Noel, take it away and kill it.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Well, happy holidays, everyone, and welcome to MOAR Celebration. And we're going to go ahead and keep rolling because, as you can see, we have a tendency of running on time. But our first speaker, the director of the Bureau of Substance Addiction Services, she brings deep knowledge of addiction disorders and strong leadership skills earned during her education and her career as a clinical director. Her stated focus is on the cutting edge and inclusive care for individuals contending with substance use and co-occurring mental illness. Please put your hands together. Let's welcome Deirdre Calvert, please.
you. Woo! Thank you. Thank you. Hopefully everybody can be on mute so I can not be distracted. I'm very simple that way. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you for inviting me. I wish I had half the energy and enthusiasm that Marianne and her team bring to the table. So thank you for pulling up my slides. Marianne had a very specific ask for me today, so you can go to the next slide, to talk about this last year and what we've accomplished and where we fell a little short and what we're hoping to accomplish in the next year. So next slide, please. So this year, so just so people know, we are aggressively trying to maximize all of our access to STD treatment during COVID-19. So what does that mean? So from March to September, we distributed over 75,000 naloxone kits through OTPs, syringe service programs, community health centers, and hospital emergency departments, and county houses of correction for the mass release of incarcerates at the beginning of the pandemic. We also obtained a blanket exception from SAMHSA, all states did, for the Massachusetts opiate treatment programs, more commonly known as methadone clinics, to increase take-homes. Why is that important? We didn't want people waiting in line. We wanted to increase social distancing. We wanted to ensure that people could be home and being safe. So that increased to 52% of our OTPs are now allowing take-homes for their folks, over the 15.6% in the year prior. We've also allowed the broad waiver of induction on buprenorphine and naltrexone to patients via the phone, as well as telehealth. We have piloted a reimbursement for cell phone and data plans. I believe it was Marianne who just talked about we need to get internet, so it was no good giving out phones for folks or reimbursing for phones if they didn't have data plans, to help patients maintain their ability for telehealth to stay in compliance with their programs. This was through OBOTs. And we worked with programs around prevention of the spread of COVID. We distributed guidance. You've probably gotten way too many emails from me, and some guidance on surveillance, testing, screening, isolation, increased flexibility of bed allocation. We reduced some of our regulations to allow people to continue to access services. And I'm proud to say not one program closed because of COVID in the substance use stream. We were able to keep every program open. Next slide, please. So we also need to address the racial inequity that has happened not only just during COVID-19, but for our communities of color all the time. We need to be addressing these racial inequities. So we've provided, again, the extensive messaging and support to all providers to implement the telehealth. So for folks who were limited by transportation or childcare issues, including recurring calls between our program and congregate care. That's what we call any place with a bed. So a head in a bed was a congregate care bedded program. Our OTPs, again, our methadone programs, and any of our infant and child serving programs to hear and address concerns, because we know it's not apples to apples, and we needed to make sure that we individualized each of our programs and make sure that they were heard. We got another round of funding called State Opiate Response, and that was to increase access to all FDA approved forms of MOUD, which would be methadone, buprenorphine, and Vivitrol or naloxone, to reduce any unmet needs and to reduce any opiate and stimulant use and misuse. We expanded our BASE and LACE, which are Black addiction counselor education and Latinx addiction counselor education, to ensure that we could meet the needs out in the community. We initiated a recovery-based reentry services for Black and Latino men pilot, which is currently posted right now, which we're really excited about. As we know, the only increase that we saw this year was between Black and Latino men in overdose deaths in Massachusetts. And we need to provide more wraparound support for those men who are leaving incarceration who are at risk of fatal overdose. And another RFR or grant program that we have posted right now is also called a Housing First, which we are trying to secure 30 single room occupancy apartments or beds for people where sobriety is not a requirement. It's housing first, because you know that we need to take care of people's basic needs to help them in their recovery. Next slide, please, and thank you. So what is BSAS doing? Because we need to work on our own racial equity capacity, and we looked inward. So we knew that we had to start from within, and we focused on measuring our baseline and understanding of our approach, surveying staff, where are we at? We're all at different levels. We had a voluntary participation in a 2-day racial equity training for all of our staff, not only just at BSAS, but the Department of Public Health. We formed a Bureau Racial Equity team called the Brett Team, as well as racial equity affinity groups, including White People Challenging Racism, Breathe, which is the BSAS Racial Equity Affinity, Transformation, Healing, and Empowerment, and a People of Color Affinity group. And we also coordinated with other DPH-wide initiatives and learning opportunities. Next slide, please. So what are we going to continue to do during the COVID-19 process? Well, we need to keep looking at the risk of overdose. So those 75,000 kits, which is actually 90,000 naloxone kits through the year, 75,000 between March and September, they don't do us any good if people are using in isolation. We are worried about the changes in drug supply for folks who are using because they can't get to their regular drug dealer because of COVID-19. We are worried about the underutilization of treatment for fear of infection through COVID-19 and the economic and mental health toll of this pandemic. Those are things that we're really concerned about. We are worried about the risk of program closures and reduced bed capacity in substance use treatment programs due to financial strain of requiring programs to lower their census to make room for social distancing, the increased cost of operations through PPE and cleaning. These are things that we worry about. These are going to be financial hits for our program. So we're really worried about that. And we're worried about access to treatment and the inequities in access to treatment due to the closures, reduced bed capacity, transportation. If we lose these federal flexibilities for our OTPs and for the induction of buprenorphine via telehealth, we're really worried that those things will go away and that will increase issues for our patients. So next slide, please. So we are also continuing with our COVID technical assistance. We've reinstated because of the second surge, which we are seeing, FYI, in our programs, we are seeing a doubling and tripling of people being infected in just our substance use programs, which we weren't seeing in July and August and September. So we're re-implementing our bi-monthly phone calls for our providers. We're looking at COVID positive care and access to treatment, making sure that we have detoxes and CSS and other programs that can take people who are COVID positive. We're utilizing our isolation and recovery hotels. We're ensuring that people who go to isolation and recovery hotels can access their methadone, access their buprenorphine, that they're staffed with naloxone and not with Narcan. We're looking at more increased special funding for more phones, not just at the OBOTs like I described previously, but also to the OTPs to pay for lock boxes for folks so they can get their take-home medications. And we're looking to collaborate and coordinate and streamline all of our services between our stakeholders. So that's a lot. So I just want to, next slide, I think that's it. I just want to say thank you so much. It's a lot of information. I hope I didn't speak in too many acronyms. As a person in long-term recovery, I am incredibly thankful to be here. Without the support of Marianne and MOAR and the board of directors and every recovery center that's being here, every treatment program that's here, we wouldn't be in existence. I wouldn't be in existence. So I just really appreciate it. And I hope everybody has a happy, happy holiday. So thank you so much.
All right. Thank you so much, Deirdre. Thank you for that information. That's a lot of information. It's very helpful for us to know, what BSAS is working on. So we're going to continue to move it forward right now. Let's continue moving forward. Our next speaker is a founding principal of Osagaya Recovery High School. He is an educator of youth and also youth development leader, focused on providing development for the best possible service for at-risk youth, as well as serving as a strong advocate and a voice for policy and system changes. And to my knowledge, I was told he was also joined with a student this evening. Let's welcome Roger Ozer and his student Auden, who will be joining him.
All right, thank you very much for the introduction. And yes, you guys are lucky. I'm going to cede most of my time to our student Auden, who's a great example of a recovery high school student. I just want to put in the plug that there are 5 recovery high schools in the state of Massachusetts, Ostagai High in Boston. I'm a little biased. I think all the schools are great, but I have a special place in my heart for Ostagai, especially the collaboration with the Gavin Foundation and the Cushing House, who's our collaborating partner. Do a great job working with us in Boston Public Schools. At all 5 schools, we hold a debt of gratitude to all the treatment providers throughout the state who help support us. Almost every student that comes to Recovery High School has at one time or another been connected to a program like the Cushing House, the Goodwin House, Motivating Youth in Recovery, Pegasus, has received ACRA services. I could go on and on. So without the treatment community, without the support of MOAR being amazing advocates, Recovery High Schools wouldn't exist. And we always kind of look forward to being part of that continuum of care so that we can provide opportunities for our young people. And if you're wondering why that's important, you'll hear it now, because I'm going to turn it over to Auden, who is a senior at Ostagai High, who's going to share a little bit of her story. So thank you very much, and I'll turn it over to Auden.
Thank you, Roger. Hi, everybody. It's great to see how many people are here. It's an amazing turnout. Anyway, I'm Auden. I'm an alcoholic and an addict. Now I have over 1 year sober, working a daily AA program. And like Roger mentioned, I'm a senior at Ostagai, their valedictorian. And I'm just really honored to be here and to have been asked to speak tonight. I keep having these moments where I pinch myself and I'm like, is this really my life? And this is definitely one of those moments. As I mentioned, I have over 1 year sober. And this time last year, I was living in residential treatment at the Cushing House. Like Roger mentioned again, they have a partnership with Ostagai. I felt like I was losing my battle against addiction and was pretty much ready to give up and raise the white flag. I guess I was faced with 2 decisions, either give up, right, or start fighting for my freaking life. To give some context, I had overdosed 2 times in the past 2 months. I was depressed, I was suicidal. My life, in other words, was a mess, a complete mess. I'd screwed up so many times and I felt like I kind of had dug my own grave. I feel like the nitty-gritty details of my use don't really matter because all addicts in a way have the same story, just different details. We all felt that same despair. We all hit our bottom. Those are the feelings that are shared by every addict. And I definitely reached my bottom. I've always been super stubborn and against getting help from people, but I kind of had this moment where I knew there was the only alternative was death. So for the first time, I gave up my will and started to do what people told me to do, who had what I wanted. I wish you guys could have seen me when I first entered Cushing, this treatment program, or even Ostagai. Well, actually, that's not true. I'm glad the majority of you guys didn't know me then. Those were not my brightest days. I was not a present person to be around at all, but I wish you guys could see me because I was a scared, lost little girl. And you guys, if you knew me then, you could truly understand how far I've come. And I hate saying that because it sounds like I'm being like, oh, I'm this great person now, I have my life together, which I don't. My point is that I had this amazing, incredible, fundamental change in character. So COVID was pretty much at its peak when I graduated this program, Cushing, and I went home. And I kind of used that to my advantage in the sense that I started catching up on all the schoolwork that I'd missed from my use. I started doing art. I started spending a lot of quality time with my family because we were all literally trapped in the house together. And I started to slowly gain back the things that addiction had cost me. All my AA meetings, though, went online. So Zoom was kind of like the thing that was holding my sanity together, I guess. And that was something that I was really terrified about because I had this whole plan when I was graduating Cushing. I had like my treatment plan and all of that was kind of thrown out the window. And I was terrified to go home. But during COVID, I think it was a really hard time for a number of reasons. Part of it, like I mentioned, the AA meetings were online. I wasn't in contact with people from the program that I worked, but I also saw a ton of friends of mine relapse. And just in general, many addicts slip back into old habits. It was definitely a hard time and is definitely a hard time. And to be honest, I had a lot of survivor's guilt, but I was able to switch my mindset. Instead of feeling guilty that I was starting the college application process, getting along with my family, filling up my days with art, I started doing all of those things for the addicts that were still struggling. I guess I wanted to become a pillar of hope in a way. Guys, I started online AP art, online AP psychology. I dually enrolled in classes for college this fall. I took up boxing, began creating my art portfolio, writing my college essays. I had so many pinch me moments then. With the help of Ostagai, my guidance counselor, shout out to Joelle, I found colleges that had recovery communities and connected with these colleges' admissions officers. I had no idea that any college was aware of recovery, but I felt so supported in that search. Cut to today, I created an amazing relationship with the Tufts SMFA, which is the art program admissions director, and I submitted my early decision application a few weeks ago. I'm in the process of getting my license. I'm gaining the trust back of my parents and my friends. Like, my life is crazy. It's crazy. I'm here tonight, and I'm at a loss for words, I guess. I know that in recovery, though, there are highs and lows. So I'm grateful for all the things that I have in my life today. But the beautiful thing is, I guess, that even if I didn't have any of these things in my life, I know I would be perfectly content, because sobriety brought me so much internal growth, self-love, and peace that the rest of it is just the cherry on top. So I'm really grateful to see all of you guys here tonight. And thanks again to Roger for asking me to speak. I hope you all have a good night, and I'm sending all of you love.
That's awesome. That's such great information. This great story. We're over here, Arden, and we're cheering you on. If we had pom-poms, you'd probably see us all going, yeah, you know what I mean? So that's awesome. Congratulations. Keep on keeping on. And as that being said, our next speaker is a SAMHSA regional administrator. He's the overseer of Region 1, which is all of New England. He led the team that produced Facing Addiction in America. He was also the Surgeon General report on alcohol and drug and health. He was the first report from U.S. Surgeon General dedicated to public health crisis. He is the former National Field Director of Faces and Voices of Recovery and appeared in the documentary film, The Anonymous People. Let's put our hands together and let's welcome Tom Codier.
Thank you so much, Noel. It's really great to be with everyone today. And I was dreading having to follow Auden as I listened to her talk about her story. And Auden, you're incredible. Roger, thanks so much for bringing Auden to us tonight. And thank you, Marianne, and the MOAR team, Kevin McCarthy, the board, and everybody at BSAS, my good friend Dee, for her support of this event. Last year, when I attended this event, of course, it was in person at the Mechanics Hall, and a beautiful fresh snow had fallen that day. And I was the new regional administrator for SAMHSA in the region. And I can't really imagine how things have changed in the last year. No one had even heard of COVID. And as the pastor pointed out, we've been challenged in so many ways. Our health, people returning to use, as Auden just mentioned, overdose and suicide, political division, issues around racial injustice. I'm a big believer in resilience, but being in recovery and being resilient doesn't spare us from experiencing pain. Being resilient means that we can bend and we don't break. That's really what it means. And I think, as we're coming upon the holidays here, happy holidays, everybody. And I love that MOAR does this celebration because the holidays can be a really difficult time for people in recovery. I know for me, they bring up a lot of feelings. Fortunately, as a person in long-term recovery, I've been able to do a lot of work, around those feelings. And today, I'm a lot stronger. But giving and receiving gifts weren't always an easy thing to do for me. I didn't have great relationships with everybody in my family. So these things can really complicate the holiday season. So take it easy, everybody, and go slow this holiday season, especially if you're new in recovery and you're anxious about the holidays. We in recovery also love things that are in 12s. And, we hear about the 12 days of Christmas, or we have the 12 steps. Last year I shared these 12, it's a reflection about 12 gifts that we've received since we started our journey in recovery. And I wanted to share them again tonight. The first gift is hope instead of desperation. The second gift, faith instead of despair. The third gift, courage instead of fear. The fourth gift, peace of mind instead of confusion. The fifth gift, self-respect instead of self-contempt. The sixth gift, self-confidence instead of helplessness. The seventh gift, the respect of others instead of pity and contempt. The eighth gift, a clean conscience instead of a sense of guilt. The ninth gift, real friendships instead of loneliness. The 10th gift, a clean pattern of life instead of a purposeless existence. The 11th gift, the love and understanding of our families instead of their doubts and fears. And the 12th gift, the freedom of a happy life instead of the bondage of an addictive obsession. So as Arden said, and as the speakers before me said, really this holiday season is about those gifts. It's about recognizing those gifts and sharing them with others. So I want to thank MOAR for sharing this time with me and letting me be here tonight with you guys again. Thank you, everybody.
All right. Thank you so much, Tom. Thank you so much. Just to make a general announcement for everyone, if you're not speaking, if you can please make sure your computers and your cell phones are muted, because we really don't want to interrupt when individuals are sharing, as we're all trying to listen intently, and we don't want to send anybody away with their fingers in their ears going, ah. So if we can make sure that our cell phones and our laptops and computers are muted, it would be so appreciated. And Tom, thank you again. I love those 12 gifts right there. You had mentioned them last year, and I was hoping that you brought it up again. They're really good. So thank you so much. And our next speaker, she is the VSE Recovery and Outreach Liaison for the Mass Council on Gaming and Health. She previously worked in higher education and holds an MS in education for Indiana University, I should say. And she speaks from the heart when it comes to recovery. So let's put our hands together and let's welcome Jody Neely this evening.
Hello, my friends. Hello, hello. Oh, it's good to see your faces. I know probably about half of you. Oh, thanks for putting those.
Jody, I love you. We all
Hi,
do.
you guys. Hi, Andy. Oh my God, all the recovery centers. I miss you. I miss you. I only have 3 minutes, so I have to say I miss you. I love you. You'll get your hugs at some other time. So thank you, Marianne, and thank you, Noel, for bringing me back. You know, boy, it's been a few years. I started at the council in 2012. And, you know, for those of you who don't know me, I'm a person in, I guess I can say long-term recovery from gambling now because it's almost 13 years, alcohol since 1992. So the reason I come and I talk to you is I talk to the folks in recovery. I love folks in recovery, and I'm raising the awareness about problem gambling as something that can be as destructive as any other addiction in your life. You know, my story in 2 seconds is that I quit drinking for 13 years. When I was 50, I started gambling. Within 4 years, I was in jail, lost my house, lost my marriage, lost my freedom, lost my, you know, a lot. But, you know, I got out, I found recovery. GA and Gamblers Anonymous was my pathway. And then I got this incredible job, and, you know, and the gifts of recovery keep giving because we start earning them a day at a time. And, you know, the thing about problem gambling, it's increased a lot during COVID. People have discovered it online in their boredom. Legalized sports betting is going to start, it's going to come to Massachusetts. It's going to come to a lot of places. So we have to be aware of that, you know, risk factors, warning signs, a lot of similarities with substance use. You guys know those. And, you know, there are a lot of recovery supports out there. One I always want to mention, I mentioned it in September and some people hadn't heard of it. It's called voluntary self-exclusion for anybody who's a casino gambler. This is just for casino gamblers. There's a way you can sign yourself out, they call it. You ban yourself from the casino. If anybody is interested in that, you guys can contact me. Marianne knows if you're from a peer recovery center, most of them, at least the first 12 know me. The new ones I haven't gotten to yet, but You know, it's 3 out of 4 alcoholics are also gamblers. So, you know, I say always when I'm doing a group, Springfield Recovery Center on Monday. Hey, Julie, and I can't wait to talk to folks about it and raise awareness. You know, I always say, I'm not the fun police. I don't have anything against gambling per se, but if it's making you feel in your head the way you felt when you were using something else, if it's reminding you of that high, be mindful. Call me, call Marianne. She knows how to reach me, because it can take you down in a devastating way. Highest suicide rate of any other addiction, very hard to stop. But we can do it, and we can do it together. And there is help. And, you know, folks, if you know anybody, and I speak not just to you, but to the loved ones in your life, you know, the people who surround you, your colleagues, your neighbors, because if you know somebody who may be experiencing something that is negatively affecting their life, that's addiction, can be, send them my way. And I'll put my number up in the chat when I'm finished talking. And, you know, I really, I think I just really miss you guys. And I just want you to know that the Mass Council on Gaming and Health, we changed our name because we're also starting to do some work around video gaming, which is very closely integrated with gambling. Also another co-occurring behavioral addiction with other things. So there's a lot of work to do, as you all know, and I know you guys do it every day. And I really love this community, and I can't believe I'm missing what are those great sandwiches we get at Mechanics Hall, the Cuban sandwiches and the Pilates. I'm really missing those tonight, but we'll be back, and 2020 will be behind us soon, and we'll just move forward a step at a time. So thank you all. I'll put my number here if anybody has any questions about voluntary self-exclusion or, you know, whatever. I'm here. All right. Thank you. Happy holidays.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Noel.
Much appreciated. Yes.
Hi, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but I just want to let the interpreters know it's time to switch. Thank you. Go ahead, Noel. Thanks, Jody.
Right. Thank you for that, Kirsten. Thank you so much. So moving forward, our next speaker is the Recovery Coach Supervisor for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing from BSAS, Mass Commission for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing. She has also engaged in the recovery and the wellness field in a variety of settings and currently works for Massachusetts Commission for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing, a person in long-term recovery, and she has guided to her passion, which is developing the training of deaf recovery coaching organization, which is with the help of BSAS and with the help of the Massachusetts Commission. Let's put our hands together and let's welcome Karen Larson this evening.
Hello, everybody. I hope the spotlight is okay. I hope everything's okay, that you can see me, not just the interpreter. Does everybody see me clearly? Am I spotlit so all the deaf folks can see me? I'm seeing some yeses from some deaf people. So thank you so much for inviting me here, and happy holidays and whatever you celebrate. I can't really see everybody on Zoom, but I'm here to talk about deaf recovery coaches right now. That is key and integral to us. I'm so proud of what we've done over the last year with our team of recovery coaches. We've exceeded our goals and exceeded our expectations. I know that COVID has obviously really caused a lot of chaos for all of us and everyone in recovery, but we've been trying to think of how we can also provide access to programs for people remotely, and so people can still access their treatment. It's also become a barrier that with people wearing masks, those of us who read lips or are used to reading lips have really been thrown off. Our communication has really decreased because of that. So it's become a lot harder for us and people that are deaf and hard of hearing because we've got no visual context when people's mouths are covered. That's just another barrier to communication. So again, thank you very much for providing this access on Zoom. This way we don't need to wear masks. And so we have a lot of things coming up in our recovery community now. And we've got a lot of deaf recovery coaches that are out in the field now, and they're working to save people's lives. And I'm very thankful for that. And I'm thankful for the support of BSAS and Marianne And everybody from MOAR and all the friends that we've made through all these organizations and meetings like this. This is going to be my 3rd year working on this, and we have certified 13 deaf recovery coaches. And that might not sound like a lot to you, but that's more than anybody in the entire country. And we're still looking to recruit more people. We've got more recovery coaches in Massachusetts than in any other state in the United States. And really in any other country too. So we're really making great strides in what we're doing, and we're showing that this is really an area that we need to focus on and really can be successful. So what I've seen out in the community and out in the field through different organizations, I'm finding out information. When people find out information about deaf recovery coaches, they contact me directly, and we really are being utilized. We use remote capabilities to meet. We meet on Zoom because we're not able to meet out into in the community like we would like to, and we're able to provide services statewide. There are still some barriers to our communication that we need to overcome. There's some technology barriers to people who live in rural areas where they might have weak Wi-Fi or internet signals, or might not have the equipment to provide any type of Zoom or online virtual meetings. So I'd like to ask all of you just to keep that in mind, that if you encounter someone who's deaf or hard of hearing that's looking for support, please think about our Deaf Recovery Coach services. We are here to help you. And if you have a program that might be able to buy those see-through masks that you might see people wearing, please, because that really is one way to ease the communication barrier for people. Laptops and iPads that might be at the ready. To have interpreters, as you see, we have interpreters tonight. So some programs that could provide this access little by little will really help us to improve and be more user-friendly and provide access for deaf and hard of hearing people in recovery. There's still a lot more to do and a lot of work to do, but we are making strides. And I don't really know what else to say, but just keep staying the course, and we're going to keep growing our program and hopefully expanding the coaches that we have. And we're hoping to provide some more training. This is really our 1st generation of deaf recovery coaches, and it's fantastic. I'm so proud, and we're just going to keep growing and growing and looking to expand the pool of people that we can work with. We're really looking for equity and access for all. So thank you so much, and that's all for me. Enjoy all your holidays. Thanks.
All right, let's put our hands together. Let's thank Karen. Thank you so much. You know, it's wonderful to be a part of a growth of something that was being ignored, you know, and it's awesome to see, and it's awesome to hear that everyone is going to be getting the help that they need for recovery. You know, it's phenomenal. Our next speaker is the director of SOAR, which is Speaking Out for Addiction Recovery statewide, and the Recovery Community Organization Network, a project of MOAR. SOAR connects approximately about 35 peer recovery centers and organizations, including the 26 centers that are funded by BSAS. And she has also been with MOAR for 5 years, and she's awesome, she's smart, and she's funny. Let's put our hands together for Kirsten Doherty.
Oh my gosh. You were supposed to say that part of the bio. That was just to be funny, but okay, I'll take it. So I'm just in the process of spotlighting the folks that I'm going to be introducing. So, and I think I have all of them. Oh, Carrie Ann. So as I'm trying to do that, I'm going to see if I can do both. So welcome everybody. I am, as Noelle indicated, I am the project director for Speaking Out for Addiction Recovery, SOAR. We are BSAS funded. We have been for the last few months, and we appreciate SAMHSA's funding, which funded the program for almost 5 years, I think. So SOAR is about connecting the peer recovery support centers and the recovery community organizations across the state. We do things like the boot camp and summit in August, where we also not only connect the 26 BSAS funded peer recovery support centers, but also a group of other ones, about 10 other ones that are that either have a center or, like the Phoenix, have a gym and like sober recreation. So we include them too, so that there's that cross learning happening, and we get them together regionally. We do the training. So we've been around for a while, and I'm really actually excited to actually have the speakers that we have today representing the different regions of the state to be speaking. So I'm looking forward to hearing from them. So I'm going to start to introduce them one at a time, and we get to hear them speak. So just give me a chance to, So I've just unmuted Alexa, and I'm going to introduce her briefly. I actually haven't met you in person, but Alexa is the program director for Alyssa's Place. Alyssa's Place has actually been around for a while and was just recently, within the last year, funded by the state. They're up in Gardner, and they're a good friend of ours, and they come to our regional meetings, and we're just happy to have them here. So Alexa, can you take it away?
Thank you so much, Kirsten. Again, I am Alexa Paravlotis. I'm the director at Alyssa's Place in Gardner. I'm just really grateful to be able to speak tonight. I've been thinking about how to say what I want to say in 2 minutes. So I'm just going to give you a couple key points of how we've been supporting our members through COVID. Mainly, we've just kind of adopted this philosophy as staff and in the center in general that everything's figure outable. Everything. I mean, regardless of what it is, what the challenge of the day is, we'll figure it out. It might not be plan A or B or even C, but we'll figure out a way to get through it. And that's really been transformative for our members, because they know they can come in with their problems, and we'll do our best to fight to help get them the resources they need to fix them. As people in recovery, we're very resilient. We have grit, and we keep showing up, and we fight. So we've been able to serve our community, and when we identify a need, we really work our best to fill it. Most recently, we've received a very generous donation from the Sheriff's Department in Worcester of brand new men's and women's coats and jackets and socks. And honestly, within 2 days, they're almost gone. I mean, the need was great, and I didn't know how we were going to fill it. And all of a sudden these arrived, and it was just a really heartwarming thing to be able to do. Over Thanksgiving, we were able to get out over 50 hot meals to our members, people in the community, our first responders, and to just kind of form those relationships. It was really great to see. Overall, we try to keep it light. We try to keep it happy in the center, and that's really why people keep coming back, because whatever's going on in their lives, they know they can come in and for, that hour or two, have a meeting, have that human connection. We have been accessible through Zoom, but people, they like that connection, regardless of the masks and the social distancing. Just being able to be in the same room as like-minded humans is a huge thing. So I'm very grateful. I'm coming up on a year in this position. I never would have expected the challenges that COVID has presented, but I feel like it's really prepared us as a team to be able to take on anything. I mean, if we can get through this year and get through it sober and keep everybody healthy and happy, then I mean, there's pretty much nothing that we can't do. So I'm grateful to be able to speak tonight, and I know we have some other speakers, so I will share the time. Thank you, guys.
Thanks so much, Alexa. It was so nice to hear that update. We love it when centers get funding and they're able to take that funding and do great things with it. So thanks, Alexa. Next up is Ephraim.
Kirsten, can I just interrupt?
Sure.
I think the interpreters somehow got muted, so can we unmute them? I think that's what I'm hearing, and I'm having a hard time doing it on my end.
Hey, Ephraim. Yay, what's up, guys?
The interpreter, I don't need to be unmuted. I can be on mute. I don't have to speak right now.
Yeah, she's upset. She was just speaking when Karen was speaking.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so I'm sorry, Ephraim Baez is the program director at the Stairway to Heaven. Oh my gosh, Stairway to Recovery. There I go. Trying to juggle too much.
If we had a dime for every time we heard that, we'd be rich.
I know. Well, I did that a lot in the early year, like the early time of me being involved, and I have no excuse now, but I'm trying to juggle a lot of things. So, but I'm really happy to introduce him. He's been the program director of Stairway to Recovery since it opened, and I consider him a friend. He's been a great person to go to and be a sounding board, and I'm really happy to have him here and speak to you all. So, Ephraim, take it away.
Thank you, Kirsten, and good night, everybody. Thank you for having me over here. Marianne, how are you? Oh, Noel, gracias. It's a pleasure, and this is the first time I'll be talking to MOAR in a big thing like this. So I am worse than Alessa, thinking about what I'm gonna say, but you know what? This afternoon I say to myself, I'm just gonna speak whatever that comes up, longer is good, it's gonna be fine. So I was, we opened the door back, Stairway to Recovery. I am the program director since 2008. And we opened the center in the second floor. And I hear Julia all the time and say to us, you need to get a storefront because that's what the RFR is. You need to get a storefront and right in the heart. And fighting with Jeannie over 11 and some years, they give me the green light on December 2019. They say to me, start looking for a new place. And I'm going to talk about the new place because that's what Kirsten told me to speak about the new place. So finally, we got a place right on 90 Main Street, right in the heart of Brockton, next to the court, Superior Court, Brockton District Court, across the street from Brockton Neighborhood Health Center. The shelter is about a block and a half. The Enterprise newspaper is right there. We got a pharmacy next door to me. Behind, I got the police department. I got the city hall on my left. So what else I can ask? And the members, when they get off of the door, that the bus stop is right there. So it was worth a while to wait those 11 and a half years. So now we are in a beautiful place. We closed the door in March 23rd, and we're supposed to move in March 31st. But due to this COVID, all the closing, we end up moving in April. We got to the new place in May. And thanks to well, I will say with this terrible pandemic, I don't have to say thank you, but it gave me enough time to put some people together and remodeling the place because it used to be a church. So they got the stage, the wallpaper and all that. But the thing is that we got I only had 2 minutes. The things that I want to share with you guys is that we have more than over 3,500 square feet now with the beautiful place. We got a full kitchen, we got a stove, we got some beautiful bathroom where the people come with dignity and sit down and enjoying very beautiful center, almost brand new. There we opened back in September 17, and we are trying to get to the normal routine as before, but it's impossible because, you know, the COVID is rising again, especially in Brockton. They has been making #1 besides Chelsea and East Boston in the state of Massachusetts. But we follow the guidelines. We 10 to 11 people every single day. So we try to make the people get the very use of the center, take the best advantage, and having all the services and support that they need in the community. So I'm very proud to be behind that project for so many years. And I asking myself, when I'm gonna leave the center and give you a chance to somebody else become a director that do a better job. But you know, I love it.
No, you can't.
Every day is something different, and I learn so much every day. And here I am, still working, you know, and that's the beauty of recovery support. That is very different. You don't know, you don't expect what is coming to the door, and they are teaching you how to be humble and how to enjoy and be ready to every day for what God has given to us. You know, I am a person in long-term recovery, and I'm telling you, I'm going over 20 years, and I was very deep in the woods. So I am very grateful to have this job today. And gracias, I'm going to say gracias por dejarme hablar con ustedes. Quiero que tengan una feliz Navidad y que el año nuevo le traiga mucha felicidad, y esperemos que podemos combatir esta epidemia mejor que lo hicimos en el 2020, ¿ok? So, gracias.
Gracias. Thank you. You got some nice messages here. Gorgeous new center, absolutely gorgeous. Just saw it. Proud to work beside you, Efrain. You are amazing, my friend. So a lot of hellos. So thank you so much, Efrain.
You're welcome. Nice.
Yeah. So next up is Fotios Boris. I hope I said that right, Fotios, with the Framingham Peer Recovery Center. And that's newly opened, I think, during COVID. And so it's been an interesting time for them, and they're funded by the Bureau of Substance Addiction Services as well. So Fotios has something to tell you with regard to mental health and anxiety and what they're doing out of their center. So Fotios, welcome.
Thank you, Kristen, and thank you, everybody. I was pretty excited when Scotty sort of mentioned this, and then you presented mental health and anxiety, which that's something that I love talking about. But I'm gonna joke a little bit about, like, keep it light, right? During this sort of celebration. And it's such a serious topic, but the idea that we can actually have fun while we're in recovery, like, I promote that because I think recovery is awesome and amazing. So I try and bring that energy to every single person that I talk to about recovery. So I hope that doesn't change here tonight with everyone. We have recently opened during the summer, but fortunately, our host agency, the South Middlesex Opportunity Council, had a lot of opportunities for us to engage with individuals out there in the community. I was fortunate enough to start with some recovery coaching because I was a recovery coach and we needed some remote care for everyone. And this is the beginning of the story that I want to tell about mental health and anxiety, because I'm recognizing as I'm helping people and as I'm running some of these larger remote groups, we all have a lot of similarities. Like, there are a lot of characteristics that we all share. And so one day we thought we would play sort of a word association. Let's describe anxiety. And man, I've never seen a group so engaged because everybody understands anxiety. So I would ask, like, what's it feel like? What's it literally feel like for you? And everyone had like, oh, it feels like this, feels like this. I was like, whoa. I want to write some of this stuff down, but everybody gets so excited to share their story about anxiety. So it's pretty amazing. And so I was recognizing something like, hey, wait a second. It's not just anxiety. There's a lot of attention deficit characteristics that we all share, and among many other things. So I started focusing on those things. And recently we started running a Zoom group called Coping with Anxiety, and it's a hit. And it's helpful to recognize that everyone wants a little bit of help, especially during the holiday season. I'm also noticing with trying to figure out, like, how am I supposed to be less anxious? How do I do it? So I think one of the best things that we've done is trying to represent mindfulness and meditation and sort of holistic mind-body practices at our center, which I'm going to plug BSAS for this, because when I read a lot about what BSAS is promoting, it's this multiple pathways approach, right? I don't need to plug BSAS. Everybody, I think, knows how awesome it is, but I was so excited because I was like, wait, what? Like, people are actually going to present models about mindfulness so people can learn about their brain from that perspective. This is amazing. So that's what we're doing, I think, at the center, trying to allow people, trying to share with people, trying to have people gain perspective on their lives, on their narrative, on what anxiety actually is, so that we can start to gather information. And I want to say, like, intelligence about ourselves. What's happening when anxiety sets in, or if you see it coming? How can you manage that? Well, I think that it's about knowing what's happening. And so that's about it. I'm really excited because you can see it on people's faces. When people get it, it's awesome. You just see it. Like, if I understood something you're telling me, I'll show it because I'm like, oh, wow. So, and when you see that, it really gets pretty exciting. So thanks, everyone. Thanks for letting me share that. I'm excited.
All right, Fotios, thank you. And it's great to see how excited you are about doing that work. It's tough, especially now with COVID-19 and everything, and on top of having an addiction and maybe being in early recovery. So I think it's a really important, service and support that you're bringing to the members. So thank you so much.
Right on. Thanks, Kristen. Thanks, everybody.
Yeah, and a lot of things in chat saying hello, so check it out. Oh, okay. So next up is Carrie Ann Cosavaro. I hope I'm saying that right. I was going to check with you beforehand, but I just haven't had time. And she is the program director with the Bridge Peer Recovery Center in Malden. So they're also a new center and didn't expect COVID-19 to land in their laps either. But they are, I think, have you guys opened? Okay, yeah. So why don't you take it away and tell them about the new center and what you're doing to outreach to your members?
He's on mute.
Good deal. Can you hear me? Okay. My name is Carrie Ann Cacavaro, and I am the director of the Bridge Recovery Center located in Malden, Massachusetts. So we actually just opened on Tuesday. We officially opened this week, so yay. And, talk about a trying time during this period. I don't know any other way to go about opening up a recovery center, because as of right now, all I really know is how to connect remotely with our community. So based off of my own personal experience right now as a recovery coach and the amazing ability it has allowed me to adapt and to learn how to adapt to the needs of my community and those that I'm serving, we are trying to organically open in a sense that build our membership through Zoom, build our membership through appointment only, which is a little difficult because this time is, the most disconnected physically that most of us have ever felt since we were actively using. So how do we remove that disconnect? So it's really stepping outside of the box of the norm of what we think we're supposed to do and just go with it. And it's been the greatest blessing, and we cannot wait to see where this center goes. Our area needs this space more than I think it's really talked about, and we just can't wait to watch where this center takes off to. And I'm very grateful for this opportunity, and I hope everybody has a great holiday. Thank you.
We get to see you and hear you, but not in the same place. And I'm sorry, Cacavaro, I'll get that right next time. So thanks so much. I think everybody's really excited about you opening the center. Finally, I know it's been a long road, so congratulations to all of you. All right, so Lorraine, I'm so excited to invite Lorraine to speak next. She's a recovery coach at the Step Rocks Peer Recovery Center. And I've gotten to know her a little bit over the last year or so, and I absolutely adore her. And they've been doing great things at Step Rocks and have their own new facility as well. So lots happening and lots changing. So Lorraine, you're up. Look forward to hearing you speak.
Thank you, Kirsten. And good evening, everybody. I am Lorraine Barton, the recovery coach at Step Rocks, and happy holiday season to everyone near and far. I'm grateful to share with you the hard work that Step Rocks has been doing to keep connected to our members and our community. Step Rock remains in transition as we await entrance into our brand new facility. We too have a new center, and we are hoping with COVID and regulations and all that, we are still awaiting our final entrance into the center. So we wait in anticipation. You can find us, however, on Facebook, Step Rocks Recovery Support Center, Boston. And there you will find our calendar, which highlights all our recovery meetings and events. You will also find our gratitude wall, where you can be encouraged and encourage one another with thoughts on gratitude. With COVID, we also implemented a call-in check-in. It's called How You Doing? And that's in the morning. And we just, how you doing? It's just a simple check-in so our community and beyond could give and receive support, as well as just connect with another human. We also have How You Doing Now, which happens in the evening, to share with folks, how you just made it through the day. So Step Rocks has kept on stepping, kept moving forward alongside all the recovery centers in Massachusetts. As the pastor was speaking, he spoke of hope. This is the season of hope for many, but I never lose sight that faith is not always available for everyone. It may be hard for others. We have been and remain the face, the voice of hope. So I'm going to say tonight, never let go of that hope. Never give up on it. Hope still remains eternal. Recovery is real. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Lorraine. It was nice to hear about the new center and the really creative checking in the morning and checking in the evening. I think that's wonderful. It's a great idea. And there's some shout outs to you as well on chat. So I don't believe that we have Gary Pratt with us today, unless he just joined right now. And that's too bad, because he's the program manager for Rural Recovery Resources out in Great Barrington, which is really, there's not a ton of resources out there, and they just received a HRSA grant to build a recovery center out there. So it's amazing and awesome. And hopefully we'll hear more about him and what he's doing in the future, because I think it would be great for him to be able to talk about what they're doing out there. So next up, I'm really looking forward to this. And for some reason, I can't spotlight you, Kelly Averill, but Kelly is going to be reading one of her poems, which I had the opportunity to read ahead of time and really loved. And I think it's appropriate for this event today. So I can't figure out how to spotlight you. So if people can find Kelly in the gallery. So if you want to unmute yourself, Kelly, I would love to have everybody hear your poem.
Sure. Hi, everybody. Happy holidays. And I wish that it was in person also. And I want to say I am so excited. The Recovery Connections in its 13th year now, or entering its 13th year. And I am so excited to see these new centers take off and go and visit. Even Ephraim, I can't wait to see Stairway to Heaven. Sorry, Chris, I had to do it. But I can't wait to come see the new center you have there, and the bridge and Framingham and all of those. It just blows me away, because there was, I think Greenfield, and then all of us that started in 2008, Ephraim and Worcester, and the Recovery Connection in Marlborough. And it's so nice to see everybody that I haven't seen in a while, on, even if it's virtual. Jody, it was great hearing you. And just such wonderful things. And how far, I remember Julia saying she wanted to see a center in every city in Massachusetts, and I think it's getting there. She's doing a wonderful job. My hat's off to Julia and Marianne. Where would we be without Marianne and MOAR? I mean, the changes that they bring upon, I'll tell you, I have so many people come to the center and just saying, especially about the prison systems, how, they're doing the medically assisted in prisons now. And I think MOAR had a lot to do with that, and getting all of us on board to fight for these new laws. It's been wonderful. It's been a wonderful journey for me. And so I just want to mention the first poem I sent Kristen. It wasn't a happy poem, and it was a poem that I had just written a few days ago. And after I sent it to her and I was at home, I'm like, this is a holiday. It's supposed to be happy. And, we've had enough heartache and pain over these, with COVID. So this is a poem I wrote last year. And I think it goes good for today. It's called Angels. And you know what? I think all of us that give back, whether you're in recovery, out of recovery, anybody that helps another person, we're all angels in our own way. So my poem is, There are times when even the strongest get driven to their knees, the ones who never imagined one day they'd be in need. It's only then they learn the lessons that without they couldn't give. It's only then they see the angels all around them where they live. The smallest smile, the outstretched hand, the heart that shows they understand. The strongest they get humbled because they never knew that even in their darkest times, others' kindness would shine through. So the cycle starts again. Your heart sees the hope, your spirit mends, and all the people all around you that were strangers and your friends turned out to be the angels that helped you up again. That's it.
Oh, that's terrific. Oh my gosh. You are a poet, Kelly, and it was so nice of you to be willing to share that. So thank you very much. It's a great way to wrap up the SOAR part.
Yes, my pleasure. Thank you.
All right, Kelly. So that's it. I'm going to give it back to our wonderful, smart, funny MC.
Thank you so much, Kirsten. Thank you so much. Let's give a hand one more time to SOAR and all those recovery centers, Ephraim, Luann, everybody, Lorraine. Oh, great. Kelly, that was awesome. I love that poem. That was awesome. Next, we're going to hear from our friends to recovery from the State House. Our next speaker is a strong voice for recovery at the State House, working on important litigation around addiction services. He is a longtime friend and supporter of MOAR. Let's put our hands together and let's welcome Representative Jim O'Day.
Hey, good evening. Thank you for having me this evening. It's really been tremendous sitting here, listening to all the speakers. Auden, you were unbelievable, and that was a great reminder listening to you why I'm so happy to be in recovery. But it's always a great honor for me to generally be with you folks in the recovery community, in person in Worcester at Mechanics Hall. And it's an evening that I always try to make sure that I'm available for, and I'm happy that I'm able to join you all tonight. I will tell you that Thursdays are nights that I generally would go to a meeting here in Worcester. We do have a few that we're actually meeting in person, and they've been great salvations to us folks who need to get to meetings. And I've done some Zoom meetings. They don't quite seem to have the same effect. I mean, they're great, but it's not the same, right? Just like this meeting tonight just isn't the same as if we were all at Mechanics Hall. But, I guess I want to talk I've heard some really good discussion tonight from the folks that are doing some recovery coach work. And if I can, my dear friend Mary Ann is here with us tonight, and keeping me with my nose to the grindstone and trying to maybe see if we can't get the bill that we filed this session on recovery coaches to see if there's any way we can get it across the goal line here before the end of the session. And, time is of the essence, and time is running short, unfortunately. But be that as it may, I have a great partner on this bill with Vice Chair Malia, who I think is also going to be around this evening to maybe share a few thoughts on the recovery bill. We both know the great importance of having recovery coaches, and we've made a few tweaks to the original language of the bill. I think they're all changes that everyone in the recovery community would be supportive of, making sure we have the right people on the board, on the panel, who would be reviewing the work that we all do, or that you all do as recovery coaches. And really, let's be clear, there's two pieces to this, right? It's to make sure that we continue to be able to be helpful to folks that are struggling with addiction and looking to get into recovery and looking to learn how to live in recovery. But the second piece of this is those that are doing that work, it's time that you're recognized and beyond Mass Health to be able to get, compensated for the work that you're doing let's be real clear with this. It is life-saving work, and that there's a ton of expertise that goes into being a recovery coach, and that all of us in the recovery community will be better off by having that kind of a service available to us. So, you know, as it's always stated, the squeaky wheel gets the attention. And, you know, this bill has had a couple of favorable reports given to it. And, you know, we will do the best that we can to try to get it accomplished here between now and January 5th. So just for a little bit of inside baseball stuff, we are still in session. We're actually going in tomorrow in a formal session, and we do it similar to what's happening here, except that it isn't Zoom. It's all via the telephone. It's a very strange process these days. But anyway, we are in session until January 5th. January 6th starts the new session. And if we're unable to manage to get this bill across the finish line, then we would need to file that, probably the rewritten version, I think would make obviously the most sense, and file that so that we can get it moving immediately as we start the next, the 192nd session of the Great and General Court. So that's a little bit of an update. I hope for folks that are wondering where it is and what's the holdup. You know, hold up. The only thing I say is holding us up is, you know, insurance companies don't want to pay. You know, I may get heat for saying that, but you know, it really will become, you know, their lobby against our lobby. And the longer that we continue to let people understand how vitally important this role is and the need for this role, I think that will only, you know, strengthen our argument. So again, it's great to be with all of you. Happy belated Thanksgiving. Happy holidays to all who celebrate for the upcoming month or so. And I hope everybody continues to remain healthy. And this COVID thing has really thrown us off a tremendous curve. Can't tell you how different my life has become as a legislator and trying to deal with things and not having that opportunity to have face-to-face contact and really be, you know, close in a debate with someone, in a discussion with someone, so that they can really tell how badly I want to have something passed. So not quite the same on Zoom. But anyway, I appreciate having the opportunity to be with you all this evening. To all of those of you who are new in recovery, keep coming. It works. Don't leave before the miracle gets hold of you. And I hope you all have a great holiday. And thanks again for the opportunity to be joined with this great community of people in recovery and those who work in that field. Thanks again. Have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That's right. One more hand of applause for Representative O'Day. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your words, and thank you for the continual fight, because that's what we need, is a continual fight in this. And moving forward, our next speaker is from Cambridge, is the House of Chair of the Mental Health, Substance Use and Recovery Committee. She is a friend of MOAR and the recovery community, who also who values the input of coming from people with lived experience. Among many others, she is currently working on policies to improve access to telehealth services and to provide state certification systems for recovery coaching. Let's welcome State Representative Marjorie Decker.
Thank you. It's nice to see you all. It's good to see my colleague there, Chairman O'Day. And I scrolled through and I saw, you know, one of my heroes also, Representative Liz Malia, who's on here with us. And I know you'll be hearing from my co-chair, Senator Sear, soon. There's a lot of really amazing people who have done a lot of work, and certainly Jim and Liz, I think, are shoulders that Julian and I stand on when a lot of the foundation and a lot of the work and the opportunities that exist in the recovery in Massachusetts is because of their work. When I think about, you know, what is it that I have to say that's of any value to you, right, that's worth hearing? What I guess I can just say that as the chair of this committee, I I've dug in really deep to try to really understand the complexity of the issues that face people who are in the throes of a substance use disorder, dealing with addiction, and what are the various paths to recovery look like? And from the legislative point of view, what are the opportunities to help understand where people actually find themselves in the throes of a substance use disorder? What can we do legislatively when possible to prevent that? And then when people want to be in recovery, what are the obstacles that people face? And I think about, there's so many issues around where economic insecurity, racial injustice, so many issues that actually, housing instability and homelessness. There are so many issues that I think become even greater obstacles if you are dealing with a substance use disorder and you're trying to get into recovery. And I think about, I don't know many people where the issue of addiction has not touched their lives. As I'm sitting here, I'm thinking about my grandfather and my family. Some of you know that I grew up in poverty. I grew up in public housing. My dad hardly was able to ever keep a job. He was undiagnosed at the time as PTSD, Vietnam vet, and a lot of trauma there. So he never really was able to hold a job down. And my mom worked like 60 hours as a nurse's aide. And both of my parents had addiction, and their parents. And, you know, they grew up at a time in which it wasn't actively sought as something that needed treatment, right? It was just part of your personality, and it was a part of you, and it was your personal problem. It was your personal shame. And I think about how many people whose lives have been transformed, whose families have been transformed, whose neighborhoods and communities and schools have been impacted by what many individuals feel is their personal shame or their personal failure. When in fact, we have, you know, so many systems that are set up to, you know, almost continue for some the pattern of addiction, from generational addiction, or the obstacles in life that just make it very hard when somebody's feeling a lot of pain because they don't have the ability to put food on their table for their children. Somebody's feeling a lot of pain because they can't actually hold down a job. Someone's feeling a lot of pain because physically they had an injury and they were trying to like make that chronic pain go away, right? There's so much that brings, and I don't claim to understand all of this. This is, you know, me as the child of parents who were really, their worst fears were, you know, falling into the patterns of their parents because they knew what was at stake for their kids. And then as somebody who's been really committed to looking at how to eliminate and reduce poverty in Massachusetts, that's what my whole life's work has been. And these are all intersectional. The path to recovery should not be based on your ability to have resources. Shouldn't be based on whether or not you have the wealth and the access to up to whether it's medicines or programs or whether or not there's people available who understand you, right? So knowing that even in workforce, like making sure that there are enough people in the recovery world who actually understand you and see you in terms of where you are in the world, whether that's the language that you speak, whether it's the culture that actually, you know, surrounds you and your family, and in the different lenses that people look at the issue of addiction and recovery. And I can just say that I feel really, it was when I was asked to be the chair of this committee, I knew right away it was a privilege, and I was intimidated by it because I also knew that it was an enormous amount of responsibility to step into the role of this chair and to make sure that myself, my team, and really fortunate to have like the best co-chair I could possibly have on the Senate side, that together we understood what an incredible privilege and responsibility it was to look at legislation that came before us and to try to see through each of those pieces of legislation, how do we ensure that we get this bill, not only of our committee, but how do we get it all the way out? And so there's been a number of bills that we've both worked on, one to get them either into the budget or that we've worked on to get through to the next committee and to try to get them out. I was on a phone call today back and forth with Representative Balzer, and she and I are still working hard. She's been working for years really hard on trying to prevent us sending men to jails for treatment, right? Jails should not be the only and the best opportunity for treatment. And to be clear, it's traumatizing. So even if you've been fortunate to get treatment, and I know there's plenty of people where that was the only opportunity and families who were desperate, it shouldn't be an opportunity. Putting people in the criminal justice system is not okay. Giving people the support that they need, the resources that they need, the beds that they need, the programs that they need, and the funding they need to stabilize their lives, that's what every person has the right to do. And truly, we all lose out. Families lose out, children lose out, neighborhoods and communities lose when people don't have the support that they need to heal and recover and be who they're supposed to be in the world. So I just want to say there's a lot of legislation here. My team is really good. They always put together talking points with all of the bills that we've passed in the budgets. But I think, you know, Marianne and there's a number of other people on here are really good at sort of keeping you guys, I think, prepped on the legislation that you're trying to push forward. And I just wanted to be able to take this opportunity to hopefully share what I think I've tried to bring to this role as chair as we're wrapping up this session, but just to also say to you, we're not done. We are, as Representative O'Day said, we are unusually, because of unusual circumstances, still in session, and I have not taken my foot off the gas. We still have time to get bills out, and we're still working on them. And so we will continue to do that until it's time to start filing bills in a new session. So thank you for all of your work. Thank you for the courage it takes every day for those of you who are just have the courage to be in recovery. The courage to talk about your stories, or the courage and the determination to push the rest of us to be accountable to understanding what's at stake when we are not looking at the big picture and providing you and communities the tools that they need to heal and to recover and to, when possible, also to be able to walk a different path. So that's I want to say thank you. I'm wishing all of you the best possible health that you could have at this time that is really challenging and difficult. And for all of you who are out there who are suffering even more than usual because of the impacts of COVID, or have experienced COVID, or have loved ones that you are grieving over, or who are in recovery with that, I think it's also strange just to acknowledge that it's not just that we're not together and we're on a Zoom, it's that we're still like really trying to survive a pandemic that is ripping apart lives every day in our own state. So thank you.
Wow, wow. Thank you so much, Marjorie Decker, Representative Marjorie Decker. Let's one more time, let's give it up for her, because those it's good to know that we have people that are in that state house and that are pushing that fight forward for recovery and for addiction. And we just thank you so much. So our next speaker, also from Falmouth, is a Senate Chair of the Mental Health, Substance Use, and Recovery Committee. He is a friend of MOAR. He is a leader in helping the behavioral health system respond to the COVID-19 epidemic. He is active in improving our state's overall hospital and healthcare systems. Let's put our hands together and let's welcome State Senator Julian Cyr.
Thank you. And I'm not from Falmouth. Falmouth is the opposite end of the world of Cape Cod. I'm from Truro on the Outer Cape, but Falmouth, I think you're confusing me with my colleague, Rep. Dylan Fernandez, who's an awesome, fierce guy who is just terrific, and he's from Falmouth, and I'm fortunate to serve with him. I'm really glad to be here with all of you, and especially to be here with Rep. O'Day and Rep. Malia. You know, Chair Decker is totally right in saying that we really stand on their shoulders, and their example really has, I think, served us well. I remember back in the days when I worked at the Department of Public Health and going to meet with then Chair Malia, who chaired the committee, and just marveling at her commitment and dedication on these issues for so long. And Rep. O'Day, your example of service and of living in recovery. And I think y'all just heard how lucky I am to have such a fierce, fearless, and passionate co-chair in Marjorie Decker. She and I have been causing lots of good trouble on these issues, and I feel very grateful that we get to do this work. And I'm really proud of what we've been able to do this legislative session. So Rep. O'Day mentioned this. We have reached a budget accord, a budget agreement. The House and the Senate, I think, are going to be voting on a budget tomorrow. And in that budget, there's some really big, it's a really big deal, because we thought amidst a pandemic, really the toughest fiscal environment, we all could imagine. Typically, that is when we are forced to make devastating cuts to programs at BSAS and across state government that are helping people, that help people, and people need help now sort of more than ever. And what we were able to do in this budget is tremendously significant. Record levels of funding for BSAS, for the Bureau of Substance Abuse Services, or Substance and Addiction Services. The name changed after I left DPH, but that is just remarkable. There's also policy provisions, and this was in both the House and Senate versions of the budget that came out of the Ways and Means Committee, and something we really pushed hard in the governor's proposal for the updated FY21 budget. The governor had assumed savings because we're seeing addiction programs and other services are having lower utilization right now because people are staying away, people are social distancing. And the governor and the administration wanted to sort of assume those savings and not provide funding. And the legislature pushed back very strongly and said, look, we need to not only make sure that these programs and services are well funded now, but we're going to need these programs and services all that much more as we're coming out of the pandemic, particularly now that there's a dim light, but a bit of a light at the end of the tunnel in what we're going through. That it's really important that we're able to make these investments. Also, some important policy provisions are in this budget. So there is a policy piece, something we championed in the Senate, was part of the Mental Health ABC Act, was part of our budget in the Senate around allowing for same-day billing for patients who maybe see their primary care provider and then receive behavioral health care on the same day. Really trying to integrate care so that we're not sort of siloing physical and med surge health, if you will, from behavioral health, from addiction services. That's going to be a big deal. It's going to make a real big difference for providers, for community health centers, for all those folks who are really trying to get at this integration. As Rep. Decker said, we've got a lot more work to do. There's a lot that has been left unfinished for this session as well. Maybe we'll get some of these things, hopefully get some of these things done. Would love to see some of the recovery work done, Section 35 and other pieces. But we'll be back at it in the next legislative session come January. You have my commitment and our commitment to be fierce and tireless in making sure that we do not neglect the epidemic of addiction that we have in our Commonwealth while another pandemic is taking the headlines. And I just want to close and say that this is a tremendously difficult time, and so many of us are grappling with loss in one way or another. For some of us in the most devastating ways, but for all of us, our lives have been upended. Our routines, our work, our how we connect with one another, that the fuel we get when we connect as being social beings. And so this is it's a real difficult time of loss. And I really look to so many of you who really show and demonstrate such resilience in your recovery and in the work that you do every day to help others to get to recovery and to stay into recovery. And I really find a lot of inspiration in that. And I think, as we're going into what is going to be a very dark winter, Massachusetts just reported the highest number of COVID cases in any one day. It's like thousands of cases more than we've ever seen before, right? We're going to a really tough time. Let's hold fast to that resilience and get ourselves through, keep working as hard as we can to help one another, and especially to help those struggling with addiction, and really rely on that wisdom, that courage, and that resilience that those in recovery in this community provide. So thank you so much. Wishing you all a different but a healthy holiday, and just an honor to be here with all of you, and especially with my colleagues. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Come on, one more time. Let's give it up for Senator Julian Cyr. Thank you so much for those words. Also, we'd be remiss if we didn't recognize that Representative Liz Malia is with us, and she has joined us this evening. And we just want to thank you for joining us and let you know that we thank you for being here tonight. Our next speaker is the Massachusetts Bureau of Substance Addiction Services Recovery Support Service Coordinator. That's a mouthful. She's a graduate of Harvard Kennedy School of Management. She also brings a vast array of skills and experience to the field of recovery support services. In addition to many other initiatives, she has also enhanced the development of peer recovery support centers, recovery coaches, inclusive of recovery coaching supervisors. Let's put our hands together for Julia Ojeda. She's muted.
Okay, I'm on, right? Okay, good. Jeez. Okay. So I wanted to wish everybody happy holidays and Feliz Navidades. And I just wanted to start off by reading something. Many of us have carried a message of hope on a one-to-one basis. This new recovery movement calls upon us to carry that message of hope to whole communities and the whole culture. We will shape the future of recovery with a detached silence or with a passionate voice. It is time we stepped forward to shape this history with our stories, our time, and our talents. That was said by William White in 2001. 2001. That wasn't yesterday, that wasn't 5 years ago, that was 19 years ago. It took until 2005 before a big summit came together of recovery folk in Washington, D.C. in 2005. That's where they finally developed what we now call the Recovery-Oriented Systems of Care framework. 100 people came together that were people with lived experience in recovery and recovery advocates. And this is where Faces and Voices of Recovery was created. They now have a website that's been going on for almost 20 years as well. I'm about the recovery movement. Working at BSAS for the recovery support centers, you know, Kelly mentioned earlier that I always say, I want there to be a recovery support center in every single town in the state of Massachusetts. And the reason I say that is because when we come out of detox or we come out of a treatment center, typically we go back to the exact same place we came out of. That's why we have recovery high schools for the youth. And if you don't have a recovery support center to go to, you end up, you have no place to start your life over again, to start with new friends and to get a social life and to get back into education, get a new job. It makes your life a lot harder. And so having a center really helps support and sustain people in recovery. And so I'm going to call out every single center. East Boston, Malden, St. Francis House, Martha's Vineyard, Living in Recovery in Pittsfield, Alyssa's Place, Alyssa's Place, Rise in New Bedford, Step Rocks in Roxbury. We have one that will be hopefully opening up soon in Lynn, Smock in Framingham, Recovery Cafe in Lowell, New Beginnings in Lawrence, Plymouth has a center as well, Turning Point, Walpole, Springfield has a center, Northampton, Pier in Hyannis, Divine Center in South Boston, Peer to Peer in Fall River, Recover Project in Greenfield, Recovery Connections in Marlborough, Everyday Miracles in Worcester, Noah in Whitensville, or Whitensville, A New Way in Quincy, Hope for Holyoke, obviously in Holyoke. I say that because that's 26 centers. And so we have a lot to be proud of. Danielle O'Brien is the new recovery coordinator for the peer recovery support centers. And she is absolutely fantastic. She's been doing a great job. I want to mention a few other things. We have a little over 200 recovery coaches that have gotten their certification in recovery coaching. And we have a bunch of folks that are now getting recertified after 2 years of being recovery coaches. I want to mention that some people are not receiving the information to recertify and may lose their certifications because they maybe got a new job and a new email and didn't tell the MBSACC folk that gave them the certification that they have a new email. And so they send the recertification information to the last email they had. So it's really important to stay in touch with these folks. There's also a lot happening in terms of recovery trainings. As many of you know, we have not had our regular recovery trainings going on because of COVID, but we now have 9 of our trainings that we have been converting from face-to-face to digital face-to-face. And we're starting those. In fact, we've already started. We've already provided multiple pathways and ethics for recovery coaches in the last few weeks. We've also been providing recovery coach supervisor training, and we're starting a brand new recovery coach supervisor training in the new year as well. You know, I remember when I first came into recovery, and that was a long, long time ago, but I lost my house, I lost my car, I lost my job, and I had no place, no money, nothing. And if it wasn't for the recovery community holding me and keeping me up, I would have never made it. People, without me asking, would give me groceries, would give me money to buy groceries. During the holiday season, I had no toys for my daughter, and people brought me toys. I didn't have money to buy my daughter a winter coat, and somebody actually took me to it's closed now, but it's like a Macy's. I forgot the name of it, and bought a coat for my daughter, and it still brings tears to my eyes that somebody actually did that for me, and for my kid, because as a parent, the guilt that we go through when we are actively using or when we finally come into recovery about the damage that we've done and the things that have happened, you know, that in our lives because of the disease of addiction. We need all the support we can get. And that's what I think recovery coaches are about. That's what I think all the recovery programs, all our mutual recovery programs are about. It's about one person helping another and lifting them up. I want to say that I also miss Hector Reyes's cafe and the food and the flan and the empanada. So I made that tonight at home, and I'm eating arroz arroz con dulce. For those of you who don't know what that is, that's rice, sweet rice with coconut and raisins. And so yum, yum. And I just wanted to end with a fun thing, because I think it's really important that we have a good time. You know, somebody mentioned it earlier, fun and recovery is really important. And so one of the things I do with my grandchildren every single Christmas is I sing Feliz Navidad with them. Oh, wow. And I'm gonna, and I actually wear this with this hat, and I'm gonna end this with this, okay? Happy holidays, everyone. Thank you. Happy holidays.
All right. That's so awesome. Thank you, Julia. Thank you so much. Feliz Navidad. That's awesome. a great inspiration to know the struggles that we go through and to see individuals go through struggles and move forward and become inspiration for others. So I just want to continue to thank you. Our next few speakers, we're going to be kind of turning the page to recovery stories with pause. And so we'll be hearing from a young man who has been in recovery for 14 years. He's a father, he's a poet, he's an author, an advocate, also a CEO of Aftermath Addiction Treatment Center, a new facility that he's recently opened up in Wakefield. Let's put our hands together and let's welcome Matthew Gano.
Different time of year, you know, Zoom celebration. Big shout out to Marianne. I love you. You know, it's an honor to be a part of MOAR. It's been 8 full years of doing events. And every time I get the opportunity to share or speak, you know, Marianne asks, I try to jump to it. And, you know, a long time ago when I was trying to get clean, there weren't stories out there. There wasn't celebrations of recovery to show support in the public. So the fact that we're able to do things, even during a pandemic where we can't be there in person, but we can hop on the computer and share some hope and inspiration for somebody that's out there that might be tuning in their first couple of days, you know, just trying to hold on to their seat. So, you know, I take a lot of pride in trying to just put out a positive message and let people know that, you know, recovery is a beautiful thing. I heard somebody earlier talk about having fun in recovery. When you put the drugs and the drink down, man, life just opens up to you. You know, whether it was sports, whether it's, you know, reconnecting with people, building up your recovery network. Like there's such an opportunity out there, you know, in recovery to live like such an incredible life. I got 2 beautiful kids that have never seen me get high. I got a 12-year-old son and a 7-year-old little daughter that, you know, I get to be present in their life. I got a huge network, good group of friends, and, you know, I'm just blessed. Today, I'm beyond grateful. You know, I'm excited to hear the speakers that are going to come up behind me. But again, I just want to let you guys know how grateful I am to be a part of MOAR, to be there for Marianne from the first time I met her at that bike rally way back when, and all the recovery days, the Mechanics Hall, which I would rather be at Mechanics Hall with everybody here, giving some high fives and shedding some love. But I got a poem for you guys that I'm going to leave you with, and then I'll pass the mic to you guys. On the surface of a sleepless ocean, the cold depths of frozen emotion, I'm pieces of a heartbroken flowness out of love that was stolen. I'm written poetry spoken. I'm a fresh page with a mind full of things to say, reminiscing on yesterday's best days to get the stress away. Even if I'm depressed today, I'm that feeling inside. When you look your lover in the eyes that no other person alive could provide, I'm the sun setting on a crimson sky. I'm trapped inside these speakers, turning naysayers into believers. When the poem gets deeper, I'm the teacher, abusing the fact that I have the platform to reach you. I'm lost in the wind, a breeze that will never come across you again. Brought up in Boston, boxed in the problems, coming up from the bottom where rising is the only option. I'm the beautiful ugly, a recovering junkie, making barely enough money to keep a roof over me and my son that loves me, and I refuse to let him go hungry because my past has come back to crush me. I'm that first breath of freedom. Breathe in the 1,000 reasons, leaving a cell block of demons screaming freedom like you just left work for the weekend. Only the work week lasted for 5 years. Borrowed time will make you see clear as you watch your youth disappear. Learn the truth when you're in there. Only your true friends will be there when you breathe free air. I'm the rebirth of Pak Poe and Shakespeare. I'm the rose that grew from concrete, the dump beneath the street where Romeo and Juliet would meet. I'm the madness created from the telltale heartbeat. I'm Achilles at war, but my pen is my sword. Using the allure of everything I went through before as a metaphor that you don't have to struggle anymore. I'm that morning light. After making it through a night that might have taken your life when there was nothing but darkness in sight, but you found the strength to fight because the sun shines bright. Once you believe everything will be all right. I'm the last words that a poet writes. I'm the skies telling the story of my past that remind me of what I'll see when I'm looking back. Similes didn't have an impact on half of that, so I literally mapped out the path from where I was at. I'm chaos finding serenity, the point beyond infinity, taking what's given to me so I could build from within my city. I even pray for my enemies, because once upon a time they were a friend to me, regardless if they see it differently. I'm trying to make history. I'm a legend. Or so I've been told by my friends that made it to heaven. As a penman, I'm the extension of their resurrection, redemption. For anyone abusing prescription medicine whose progression led them to heroin, let that settle in. I'm the voice of a generation, raising my voice to the nation. Inspiration for every addict getting high in the basement, a kid trying to get clean as a detox patient, that they can say, I am one of the ones that made it. I'm hope for those that lost it, still carrying pieces of broken dreams in their pocket, who think happiness is found in material objects. I'm street knowledge. I'm passion, pleasure, and pain. I'm lightning, thunder, and rain. I'm what my mother made on the first day of May. I'm a heroin addict that changed, but couldn't wash away the stains that covered my veins. I'm Matthew Gaynor, and you will remember the name. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Wow. How can you hear that? You gotta take a deep breath when you hear that. Thank you, Matthew. That was deep, man. That's powerful. And that's uplifting and encouraging. Woo!
Well,
yes.
I have to interrupt again. I'm sorry. I'm just letting the interpreters know that it's switching time. Sorry, go right ahead.
That's all right. That's all right. It just reminded me of a movie when they went switch. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That was fresh. That was dope. That was hot. That was hitting. That was real good. Our next speaker is a person in long-term recovery, the community outreach coordinator for Sunrise Detox. He has been inspired by and involved in with MOAR since his early days in recovery. Let's put our hands together and let's welcome Rob Demio.
Hi, everybody. Happy holidays. Again, my name is Rob Demio. I am the outreach coordinator for Sunrise Detox and for the Counseling Center in Millbury, Massachusetts. I am a person in long-term recovery. To me, December 28th of this year, I will be reaching 4 years in recovery. It's funny to be here because, shout out to Matt Gannum. He got me my first bed in treatment 7 years ago, and here I am today. In 2015, I was in a 6-month male residential program in Roxbury. And I think, Marion will kill me if I don't remember the date. It was like the third Monday of every month that halfway house would send us to Faulkner Hospital, where I stumbled upon my first MOAR meeting. When I walked into that meeting, I found a group of people that taught me how to use my voice and to use it correctly to, implement change. And they were focused on fixing and changing some of the things that I was struggling with at that time. I was struggling with homelessness, access to recovery services. I was struggling with Corey-friendly employment and widely available MAT services. And over the past, 4 or 5 years, to watch MOAR grow and to see the change that they've, the change that they've impacted here in the state of Massachusetts has been amazing. I'm a father of 3 children. My children haven't had to see their dad use in 4 years. I'm available to show up for myself. I can, show up to my job and, be employed today without, going on a run and waking up in strange places. My disease took me to the darkest edges of the city of Boston. Today, I go to bed and I do the right thing when, no one's looking today. Extremely grateful for all of you. There are so many faces here that have helped me over the years and in early recovery. And I want to thank you all through these tough times that we're all faced with COVID, that recovery is possible and we can stay clean and sober. And I thank you all, and I wish you all a great and happy holidays and New Year.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for sharing. We're going to continue moving forward. Our next speaker is a graduate of Phoenix House who transformed his life in recovery. This gentleman now is a recovery coach, and he's also part of the Western Mass Outreach Coordinator for the Mass Substance Use Hotline and Health Resources in Action. He is working right now as a recovery coach as well, and I think I said that. So we're going to go ahead and hand the mic over to Dallas Clark.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. I'm glad to be here. Thank those that spoke before me. Again, my name is Dallas in recovery. I was also a survivor of alcohol and drug addiction, and not only a survivor from that, but also from gun violence. And also, I always mention that because that's part of my recovery story, and I always want to encourage others that recovery is revolving. And I want people to know that recovery is beyond just alcohol and drug addiction. When we look at recovery, are holistic, the mind, body, and soul, the physical, the mental, and the spiritual. And somebody has also has mentioned Della Blake, and I am a graduate of the BASE program, the Black Addiction Counseling of Education. And that what it's doing is encouraging more Black people to get into the field, so it can also encourage more Black people that look like me to get into treatment. And I'm here to be that voice, to be that because I lost friends, loved ones through gun violence, and that's a pandemic in my community, and I know I was there. I was without hope. I was lost. I was in that black hole, and that was normal for me. I didn't until somebody put me out of it and showed me a different way, and I'm here today to give that hope back. And it was once said, like, always said, like, for you to keep your hope, you have to give it away. And at first I didn't understand that. Now I say, like, if you don't use it, you lose it. And that's why I'm here, just to show that people, that especially those that come from my community, that we could get out of that. And you look at this sign behind me, and I want to talk about that with MOAR. I can't say that I got involved with MOAR, or MOAR got involved with me. Same as the gentlemen that spoke before me. MOAR is coming to the Phoenix House the second Thursday every month. And I wasn't even a strong 2 months in recovery. And I just got out of jail. And I have to give thanks to Barbara Gallio. If she's in the house, I got to give a shout out to Barbara Gallio. She brought me to my first MOAR meeting 3 years ago. Through the same, my first meeting was 3 years, the Christmas holiday. And I heard an individual speak, and MOAR talks about one sound, one voice. And her name was Elizabeth Reardon. And if you see me, you see her, you was like, hey, what them two got in common, right? And recovery teach you what you identify with. And once she spoke, I had to go and introduce myself to her. And from then I became a champion. Now she's from Boston, I'm from the Springfield area. She was coming down from Boston to Springfield and giving me wallet cards. And that's how everything started. I could say like 2.5 years later, now I'm the Western Mass, let me get it right, the Western Mass Helpline Outreach Engagement Associate. And that's part of my testimony that I tell people. And yes, I volunteered for it for 2.5 years, but I wasn't looking for nothing back, especially employment. I just was looking to, just to give that hope back to others, that there's a chance. Recovery, like they say, sometimes Scotty always say, recovery is real. Hope is here, and I'm just here to show that recovery is possible. And yeah, and thank you, MOAR. Thank you, Marianne. Thank you, Elizabeth Reardon. Special thanks to Barbara Gallio, because all of those is part of my recovery story. And I'm here today to show and prove that there's opportunity. Like I said, I've been incarcerated. I did a lot of jail time behind gun violence, but there's opportunities out there. And once somebody told me that the same energy, thank you, Marianne, that energy you have, that same energy I put in my addiction, I have to put in my recovery, and even more. And I'm just here. And another one of my great mentors told me, once you put on a suit, you can't take it off. So recovery coach means a lot to me. Recovery means a lot to me. In the beginning of my recovery, I had a recovery coach, a sponsor, and a therapist. And I use all three for their purpose in my recovery. And I always tell people, don't put all your eggs in one basket. And, like I said, recovery is evolving. And I'm just here to be that voice. Like MOAR said, one sound, one voice. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, Dallas. There's some heartfelt words, man. We appreciate you sharing that, and it's the words of hope and the words that, that you're giving back to that community, and that's a great thing.
Can I add one more thing, please? I always forget this. For anybody in Western Mass, I'm gonna put my email in there. We're looking to do some presentations in the Western Mass area, so please give me a shout out. Thank you. I always forget that. Thank you.
That's all right. That's what we got to do. We have to be able to use the resources around us. Our next speaker is an innovator, educator, storyteller, teaching artist, expert facilitator, and recovery coach, and is the creator of the powerful recovery storytelling workshop series. Through her company, Phoenix Tales Storytelling, she has created a unique workshop that combines the art and science of recovery coaching with the performing arts, creating transformational experiences that bring resilience, healing, connection, and empowerment to youth and adults from all walks of life. And let's put our hands together and let's welcome Megan Perry.
Hello, thank you. That all sounds way more fancy spoken out loud in this space than how I feel. But thank you for that introduction. I'm really, really honored and humbled to be asked to be here and share a little bit of time and space with you guys. And it's been awesome to hear everybody. So 12 years ago, I was standing in front of Judge Anderson in his big, tall bench and his black imposing robe, and he's looking down at me over his little judgy spectacles he had on. And I am standing there in my very poorly fitting, crappy jail uniform, trying to look respectable. And I'm, all worn out from being on the street, and I've got sores on my face and dirty hair. And I'm shaking from head to toe. Like, my voice is shaking, my heart is shaking in my chest. I'm terrified, and I'm begging. I'm begging Anderson for one last chance, which really I probably don't deserve, because I'd already had a lot of chances. I'd had a drug trafficking felony years before, and I did drug court and graduated and landed back on the street. And 10 months before this day in front of Anderson, I got arrested for drug trafficking felony again. I already had a federal case open. Now this was a new state charge, and I made bail, and within a short time, I got another drug trafficking felony while on bail for the first one. So there wasn't bail this time. I went back to jail, and I spent a few months there, and then I went before Judge Anderson, and I asked if I could go to treatment instead of back to jail. And he said yes. He gave me that chance. And so I went to treatment. I spent about 3.5 months there successfully until I messed up and I got kicked out, and I went back to jail for a few months before I got my chance in front of Anderson. And I really felt like this was the last chance. I felt if I did the 5-year prison sentence that was hanging over my head, that the disease of addiction would win and I would ultimately die from the disease. But I thought if I just had one more chance, maybe this would be the time. And so I begged, and totally inexplicably, he said, "You know what, Ms. Perry, I'm going to give you one more chance, but you better not mess this one up." Now, I can't explain to you what in the world gave him the idea to give me one more chance, but I can explain what happened after that, which is that I spent 9 months in a treatment center. So 11 years ago, I graduated from my last treatment program. 10 years ago, I wrapped up probation and left the criminal justice system behind. 9 years ago, I found myself beginning my long-term recovery, which, Rob, we're birthday buddies. I'm December 28th, 2011. So there's a lot of really great people on December 28th. And 7 years ago, I walked into Marianne's office with some other folks because we wanted to start a recovery center, social peer recovery in Scituate. And I got involved in advocacy and came to know MOAR and Marianne. And I'll tell you that recovery advocacy just lit my ass on fire. It gave me so much fuel and so much passion for helping the people that came behind me, because it was a miracle that I got to go to treatment that last time and not prison. And I really, really strongly believe that we all should have as many chances as we need to recover. And so I've been involved in advocacy since then. especially with criminal justice reform. And about 4 years ago, I sort of rediscovered the performing arts that I'd loved and left behind so long before. And now I am self-employed. I have my own business. I teach storytelling and theater and advocacy, and at this really cool intersection with prevention and recovery and treatment and the performing arts. And it's really amazing that I get to continue to do this kind of work in the most amazing, rewarding way. And I owe a lot of that to MOAR. I owe a lot of that to the incredible people that have come before me, who made the recovery movement real and who continue to work day in and day out to keep that work going and to continue helping the person that comes next. And I'm really, really grateful to be here and to listen to all of you tonight. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Megan. You know, I got to say, I heard her tell, she had a couple, I think it was either some of the people that you've taught tell their stories. And I got to tell you, just listening to some of the ways she helps individuals share their stories, it's really powerful and encouraging. So thank you so much for being here with us tonight. At this time, all right, at this time, what I'm going to be asking you to do, for those of you that are involved in the Ugly Sweater Contest, we're going to ask you to promptly display your ugly sweaters to give the judges an opportunity to take a look at your ugly sweaters. So if you have an ugly sweater and you're part of that ugly sweater contest, please take your time and start parading before the cameras so that we can view them. That's Hope for Holyoke, showing off their sweaters over there. We're going to have two different winners. One is going to be per group, and the other one is going to be per individuals. So we just want to make sure that anybody else want to share their ugly sweaters. We want to make sure that we get a good view of them all. You may have to stand up. There you go, and just show us those ugly sweaters. I gotta love it. We got some creative people in the house. This is awesome. Loving it, loving it. Look at even the mask. Look at Debbie, even the mask. That's awesome. I hope everybody's enjoying this as much as I am. Come on, I see y'all over there with Julie. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, they must have music over there because I don't hear any music on this side, and they're getting jiggy with it. So, all right. That's awesome. That's great. Anybody want to let me know how long we're gonna do we need more time? Do we need more time? Are we good? We good? All right, excellent, excellent. That was a good time for a break if you needed one, to get up and stretch your legs. You know, we've been kind of sitting for a few minutes. Awesome, thank you guys. There's some great ugly sweaters out there, but we're gonna go ahead and for the spirit of time, kind of keep moving forward with our agenda. Our next speaker is a manager of substance use service at Health Resource and Action. She conducts outreach for the Mass Substance Use Helpline and facilitates training statewide for the Opioid Overdose Prevention Training Project. She is grateful and proud to be a person in long-term recovery. With that said, let's put our hands together and let's welcome Elizabeth Reardon.
Thanks, Noel. Hi, everybody. Great to be here with you all. Great to see so many familiar faces. I really miss being out in the community, doing outreach across the state, doing trainings across the state. But it's great to see you all here online. So I am, I'm both a person in long-term recovery and I'm representing the helpline here tonight. And I have to say, it's just been so inspiring to hear everyone speak tonight and really just kind of take in the different ways in which, we're all using our own gifts to give back to this work and do this work. And it was especially inspiring for me to hear my colleague Dallas, who, I met 3 years ago at this very event. It's just so awesome to now be working with him. And so anyway, I won't go into that too much, but I just wanted to talk a little bit about the substance use helpline. Many of you already know about it. A lot of folks know that we connect people to detoxes and other residential programs, but I do want folks to know also that we can connect to so many recovery services as well. We have all of the 26 open sites, the ones that are open right now, the peer recovery support centers in our database. Our call takers talk those up all the time. We connect people to recovery coaches, other kinds of recovery support across the state. And so, I just want folks to know that, even if you just have a question, you can call us. Our folks who answer the phones are truly amazing at what they do. They really understand the whole spectrum of services that are available here in Massachusetts. And they really just listen to what the caller needs and identify those needs in that moment and try to give them a menu of options to take that next step. Because, for me, recovery is always just taking that next right action to lead me to the next step in my recovery. And I will say also, if somebody's still using, we can refer them to harm reduction services too. So, we really can connect people to whatever they need in the moment that they're calling. You can also search our database online. We are free, we are confidential, we are funded fully by BSAS, and we're just so happy to be able to give you this service. And I will say, fairly recently, we are now 24/7, so absolutely anytime, day or night, you can give us a call, and we can connect you to services that you need. So again, I'm really happy to be here. Thank you, Marianne and Noel and MOAR for bringing us all together. It's been a tough time, but it's really great to connect with you all tonight. Have a great night, everyone.
Awesome. Thank you so much. That helpline is so important and so imperative for many lives out there. And I love the fact that I met Elizabeth a year and a half ago, and she showed me they had these information available in Spanish as well, for the Latino community. And this is things that are important to be able to reach everyone where they're at.
We have a whole helpline in Spanish. I mean, we have the whole website in Spanish, so whatever you guys need, yeah.
Rocking and ready to go to help the community. That's what's up. All right. Well, thank you so much, Elizabeth. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody that's continued to be here. Our next speaker, he is a citizen of the Nipmuc people. He serves as a culture steward for his tribe, is a father, a public speaker, traditional dancer, Indigenous activist for Indigenous rights, carpenter by trade, and an educator. Let's put our hands together for Andre Strong Bear Heart Gaines Jr.
That's good evening. Natasawas Minikisu Maskmata. My name is Strong Bearheart. I want to say thank you to everybody who spoke before me. Thank you for MOAR for hosting this event yearly. I know I've spoke a few times at it. I like to share spoken word with people. This is strange times that we're in, and you know, however we can get together, it's a great thing, you know. Yeah, I just wanted to speak a little bit, be able to share a little bit of my story. My recovery date is August 26, 2007. I just passed 13 years, and yeah, so I have a lot of things that have been moving forward within our tribe and our communities. I've been trying to push. You know, our people have become really invisible in our day to day. Like I said, I'm Nipmuc. The mechanics hall is in Worcester, and so being that that is in Nipmuc territory, it's only fitting for me to speak for our people in such a way. Yeah, from time to time, for some time, I should say, we're just considered invisible when it comes to who we are as people here, First Nations. And when it comes to the recovery within our people, we struggle just like everybody else. And so being that I have 13 years in recovery, some of the things that I went through was like through the Salvation Army program. And then after that, whether it was outpatient programs and 3-quarter homes, and then jumping into school, and, you know, my path has been pretty much brought myself back to my culture through my early sobriety. And speaking from an Indigenous point of view, you know, when we go through this 12-step work and we find ourselves, we do this clean house, and we realize there's a lot more other things that we need to fill ourselves with to become balanced in the creation that we walk on. And so I just wanted to share a little bit about that, you know, because I mean, we hear a lot about different types of programs that are being started up, and sobriety homes, and we just want to start to try to focus on ways that we can bring our culture into this 12-step process, you know, whether it's, you know, through Sweat Lodge, you know, or having these different types of homes that have cultural, you know, focusing on cultural preservation, whether it's, you know, language programs, or building traditional homes, or, you know, bringing the elders to sit with the young ones, because everything that we believe is in a 7 generations, the 7 before and the 7 after us. And so I just want to pretty much, there's a lot to that, but I just want to let people know that we are still here. We do continuously keep our cultural values alive, and there's just as much drug and alcohol abuse within our peoples here as there is anywhere else. And so we're always looking for ways to connect with other people and programs here in which we can build together, because, you know, that's what MOAR is all about, is bringing people to shake hands together and figure out ways that we can grow. And normally I share some spoken word at the events. Today I'm not going to. I want to say thank you to Matt, because that was fire what you shared. Also, Dallas, I want to say that your story was impacting for me, and being that you're in Western Mass, that also Nipmuc territory, and I'd like to, if there's any way that we can connect, and maybe, like I said, me and people in the tribe, and or however it is that we can connect to build, that would be great. But instead of sharing some spoken word, because I think Matt did the justice today, I did want to focus the attention on a really serious issue, and that's basically the Gwich'in community, which is in Alaska. And I'm just asking, I'll only take a minute to speak on this, but I'll read this real quick. There's an emergency campaign to bring awareness to the travesty of the lease sale imminently happening in the area of 1002 of the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge, in the same location as the Native Enrollment Village. Please share with groups that may bring awareness to your National Wildlife Refuge and stand in solidarity with the indigenous peoples of Alaska. There's a lot to learn about it, but basically, if you were to just text ARCTIC, ARCTIC, to 40649, if you could possibly do that and learn a little bit more about what's happening over there and kind of stand with the people from there. I mean, 80% of what they eat comes from the land, and there's just been a lease agreement to start drilling over there, and it can turn into another standing rock if you guys are familiar with what happened in the Dakotas a few years back with the oil pipeline. And so we just ask if our fellow citizens here now will continue to stand with the First Nations people here. And I just want to give thanks for, just all the speakers, that school. I too, when I was 17, I went to the Cushion House. So I heard that young woman speak today, and that was impactful for me. And, you never know where your journey is going to take you, like I said, when I was 17, I was in the Cushion House, and today where I sit today, and in Nipmuc territory right now, and how I've continued to bring the young closer and to just try to mold the future for our people. It's amazing what the Creator can do for you when you can take some time, clean some house. They can't really put some strong accountability partners next to you, and be around people like yourselves. And so I just want to give thanks to MOAR for continuously creating a platform and creating space for especially the indigenous folks here to be able to speak on such a topic. So I want to say thank you, guys.
All right, all right. If I could ask you to please put that information in the chat. That way, if anyone is interested in doing that, they could support that. Just drop it right in the chat there. That way they can copy and paste it, and they can, do that. If they don't do it tonight, maybe tomorrow, if they feel like jumping in on that, because it's really important, to stand behind and help every community. So thank you for doing that. Thank you for doing that. Our next speaker is the, go ahead, you were going to say something, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm completely sorry. I think you're going to introduce him now. I completely forgot I was supposed to.
All right, all right.
So, being a Nipmuc, by the way, let me just introduce my sister tribe here. Larry Fisher, for the chief sachem of the Matakeesit of the Massachusetts. He's going to speak, and I'll leave it with that. Hope.
Let me first greet you all. Akwani Wunikisak, Nutasuis, Wampamiquin, Nutasuis, Wampatuk, Nitamas, Matakeesit, Nitamas, Massachusetts. Kudabatamash Nitampoags. Thank you, friends, for inviting me this evening, and thank you to my relative Andre for speaking before me and setting the tone as today we gather in the spirit of the Nipmuc people, a mighty tribe that has fought very hard for the continued resilience and the efforts that that Andre is putting forward for his community and for our whole community as Algonquin people in the Eastern Shores, and we're proud of him for his efforts. I want to thank MOAR for having me. Open it, please. Can't open it. I want to thank MOAR for having me today and always, and again providing that platform for Indigenous peoples, as Andre so kindly put forward. My reasoning, for getting involved in becoming a recovery coach was very simple. As a young chief of a tribal community that has been removed and forgotten for so long, we're very much so impacted from generational trauma. And one of those generational traumas is the fact that we still don't have access to our land. We don't always have access for a sacred place to gather. And we fight for that today. This is not something that is far fetched that's happening out west or happening only in Canada. You know, my tribe specifically today, we're fighting for our land in Bridgewater, Massachusetts. You know, our land was developed as a restrictive covenant back in 1664, and legally today it's still considered the rights of the Matakisa people. We're fighting against the town. We're fighting against the Commonwealth state of Massachusetts. We're also fighting against the Bridgewater Conservation Commission to the rights of our land where our family's buried. We have burial grounds there that we want to protect. And we have children who grow up that deserve to have rights to an inherent land, you know. But reason why I say that is not because it's just the same old conversation of indigenous issues that people are used to, but it's to say, when we think about, you know, addiction, or even when we think about suicide, you know, I think we often forget why indigenous peoples are at the top of that chain. You know, not having access, you know, to what belongs to you, and the trauma being inflicted upon you, not historically, but even insidiously. You know, people are getting up and driving 9 to 5 to their jobs every day, while indigenous peoples are being suffocated in a brown paper bag, can't breathe because they have no access to their land, can't gather with their people, you know, and people just get up and they go to work like it's no one's business. And I think we often forget that maybe 80% of the people, even in the Commonwealth state of Massachusetts, are not originally from here. But those indigenous peoples who are suffering are. We are from here. Our ancestors are buried underneath the grounds of these Massachusetts lands, these Nipmuc lands. You know, so one of the things I said to myself as a young chief, I'm 33 years old. I think, you know, I came into this position in 2014. I said to myself, what can I do? So I saw my tribal members suffering, you know, from alcoholism and from addiction. And I said, well, what can I do? So I decided to become a recovery coach, you know, because I said to myself, in order for us to fix and stop this generational curse of dysregulation, whether it's mental, social, even spiritual, we needed to stop it with starting with tackling addiction and implementing more cultural best practices of recovery. So today I'm thankful, you know, for the opportunity to have this platform to share with you all today, to be here today, you know, and to work on these efforts, you know, alongside with folks from MOAR, and also alongside of other tribal people who need to tell their story, you know. But indigenous peoples, we've often have to be the cultural practitioners or the leaders of realism, you know, of what is real. You know, people are using in our community because they're depressed, they're feeling hopeless. Do they have a right to feel depressed and hopeless? You're absolutely right. They sure do. And that is not debatable. But we also have to do something about it. So I thought the best thing that I could do is jump in and learn about addiction, learn about recovery, you know, and be there when my tribal members fall, because it's inevitable. They're going to fall. People are going to fall because the realistic, you know, issue here is still not being dealt with. And it's 400 years from 1620 to 2020 today of contact period for our tribes in the Algonquin communities. 400 years and nothing has changed. So people have a reason to be the way that they are. But I also, as a leader, I have to find ways to support them and help to pick them back up when they do fall. So I thank you all for this time to share with you all. You know, and I come before you all in a good way. You know, I come before you with clean hands, with clean eyes, you know, and a clean tongue. And I'm thankful for this opportunity. Peace, Kanash.
Wow,
and before I go, I need to introduce, I think it's a great segue. Thanks, Noel. Great segue. I'm very honored, actually, to introduce this next person. This next person her name is Kateri Koyes, and she is from another sister tribe, from the Stockbridge Munsee people. out of Wisconsin. She is from the Mohican Nation. She's a co-author for a chapter in Radical Psychology, Multicultural and Social Justice Decolonization Initiatives 2018. Kateri received a bachelor's degree from the University of Colorado and is currently pursuing her MPA. She's the executive director of White Bison, an American Indian nonprofit 501c3 corporation that's dedicated to creating and sustaining grassroots Wellbriety movement that provides culturally based healing to the next 7 generations of Indigenous peoples. And those are the 7 generations that we heard our brother Andre Strongbeerhart speak about. Kateri serves the Wellbriety movement by providing community presentations to bring awareness to the programs White Bison offers for individual, family, and community healing. This evening, Kateri will share with us her path to recovery as an individual and now a parent, the Wellbriety movement, and coping with the winter holidays. So I'd like to welcome our relative from the Mohican Nation, Kateri. Thank you for being with us this evening.
Anashik, thank you for that introduction. Kulmalsi, Kateri Koyes and Denuete, Nia Maekanu, Kunmante Ma Unjutak. Hello, my name is Kateri Koyes. I'm from the Mohican Nation, and I just said, how are you today, my friends? It's a really big honor to be invited to come and share with you today, especially since, number one, I'm a person in long-term recovery, and for me, that means I have not used alcohol or drugs since April 12, 2012. I want to start by a couple of things, thanking Marianne and MOAR for inviting me to be part of this event and sharing this time in this space with you all. If I was in person, I was taught that when you go somewhere, you always honor whoever's land you're on. So I just wanted to start by, giving honor and thanks to Andre and to Larry and to the Nipmuc and the Matakiset people for the land that you all sit on and allowing us to, come into this space and share a little bit about what we do. Just to start, I guess I would just start by telling you a little bit about myself. I've been around this Wellbriety movement pretty much my whole life. And, as a child, I would say my family, I come from a good family, they were very good and I had a good upbringing, but at the same time, also being a mixed race woman, I'm half Native, but I'm also Norwegian and French and Irish and German and a whole bunch of other things on my mother's side. And it's very important for me to honor all of my ancestors and where I come from. But it created for me a feeling of being out of place, and not really having a good understanding of where I belonged. And, we were kind of poor growing up. And, I got bullied a lot. I got bullied a whole lot for not being rich or anything like that in the place that I grew up. And, I had a lot of self-doubt, and I didn't really get to learn a lot about my culture until much later. But let me tell you how I found Wellbriety. I was 16 years old, and I was going on about a year of being addicted to meth and coke and drinking and all kinds of other drugs. And I got an invitation from the president and founder of White Bison, and he said, pack your bags, we leave in 2 days. And where we went is we ventured on a journey across the United States where we actually walked from Los Angeles to Washington, D.C. It was called the Wellbriety movement. It was called Wiping of the Tears. And so we walked from Los Angeles to Washington, D.C. It took us 3.5 months. And we did it to help raise awareness for domestic violence on women and children. But when I got to LA, I was 2 days sober and going through withdrawals from meth, but nobody knew it. So I was detoxing on my own, and all the while trying to kind of get my bearings, and I'm sure a lot of you know how that feels. I started to learn a lot about my culture, and I was surrounded by people who were there to teach me more about my culture. And I was surrounded by people in recovery. And so what we would do is every day we would walk or run anywhere from 25 to 125 miles a day in a relay style. We had a core team of about 25 of us that went the whole way, but then some people would join us for a mile a day, a week, a month. We had a group that was always changing, and by day we would walk or run, and by night we would set up camp. And we camped out the whole time. We didn't really stay in hotels or anything like that. We just had camps. And so we would set up camp and we would have food and share a meal. And then we would end every night with a talking circle. So this was a really incredible, life-changing experience for me. And I will say that Wellbriety literally saved my life. And so that's what started me on my path to recovery. And I had a love for wanting to help and serve my people, especially as a way to honor and pay back those who helped me get to where I was. And you know, you guys, my recovery path has not been smooth or graceful. And I wish that I could say, oh, and I never ever touched anything ever again, but that was not the case. I did never touch meth again. And that was kind of a very big deal for me. But, you know, after the 3.5 months of being on the road, I didn't really tell anybody that I was leaving. I didn't tell anybody where I was going except for my family and maybe a few close friends. But I had to answer to a lot of people when I came home, and I was really scared about what that would look like, how they would react, especially when they knew that I wasn't into the same lifestyle anymore, and it was scary. And I didn't really know what to do. So what I found is that I had to change my entire lifestyle. And, you know, everybody that I thought was my friends, when they found out that I was sober, they didn't want to be around me anymore. You know, I had to answer to my family for the harm that I caused them. And, you know, there was a lot to answer for when I got here. But, you know, by the grace of the Creator, I was able to eventually get to where I am today. And I now sit before you as a person in long-term recovery for 8 years. And what that got me is a wonderful partner who's, you know, really supportive of me, and it got me my children. And so I have a 6-year-old daughter and a 3-year-old son. And I get to sit in this space now as the executive director of White Bison, which is the very organization that saved my life. It's a real honor to be here. And, you know, for those of you who might not be familiar, Wellbriety is about walking the red road and living a sober lifestyle that's balanced mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and physically. What we do here is we provide culturally based programs that are geared towards recovery and prevention of alcohol and substance use. We have programs for adults in recovery and treatment, youth in recovery and treatment, youth prevention. We have it for whole family wellness, healthy fatherhood, healthy motherhood. We have a reentry and recovery coach program that focuses on people coming back into the community from incarceration or from treatment. And then we have a program that focuses on healing from grief and trauma, especially the legacy and impact of historical and intergenerational trauma. It's called Mending Broken Hearts. We don't do direct services here, but what we do is we travel around and we go to communities and we train people on how to facilitate and implement our programs in the work that they're doing, whether that be social work, recovery coaches, treatment centers, halfway houses, jails, schools, communities, you know, whatever it is that you work in, and we probably have a program for you. We have so much to offer, and you know, during this time of this global pandemic, it's really been a challenge because we are used to networking and fellowshipping in person, right? But we've been able to move over to a virtual platform. And so we're able to offer the majority of our trainings virtually now. We developed a daily online meeting. It's a Wellbriety meeting. They're every day at 12 o'clock Mountain Time, 2 o'clock Eastern. Everybody is welcome. And what I would say is that, you know, we are all inclusive here through the Wellbriety movement. And what we say is that there's flowers, there's different colored flowers. There's trees, there's different colored trees. There's humans, there's different colored humans. And what you see here, this is just the earth suit. So for us, it doesn't really matter what your earth suit looks like. And we recognize that there's a lot of different pathways to recovery. This is just one of them, but if it happens to work for you, then great. You know, we welcome you to be a part of it. We developed we do a lot on social media. So we have a very strong presence, especially on like Facebook and Instagram. We have groups, but if you haven't checked the Hudson page, because we do a lot of promotionals, information about upcoming events. This month, we're calling it In the Spirit of Gratitude Month. It's been a really tough year for everybody, and we want to be able to focus on the blessings that we have in our lives. And, you know, to recognize that even though we've struggled a lot, there's been a lot of grief, there's been a lot of death, there's been a lot of overdose, relapse, all of these horrible things. But at the same time, there's been a lot of blessings and a lot of strengthened inspiration for finding fellowship, however we can get it. And so, you know, we want to take a focus on the healing of individuals and families and communities. And so we started a group called the Wellbriety Response to COVID-19. And what we're doing is we're inviting people to come and share traditional teachings that might help with, you know, this global pandemic, for people to share what they're doing in their communities and things like that. Next year, it was supposed to be this year, but next year what we're going to be doing is we're going to be having a conference called the Wellbriety All Addictions Recovery Conference. And what we're doing is we're just going to be focusing on recovery in general. So we'll have an AA speaker, an Al-Anon speaker, we'll have a Wellbriety speaker, a gambling speaker, a CODA speaker. And we're going to invite these people to share about their own, you know, lived experience and sharing that. We're also going to have panels. And we did a conference like this in Santa Fe in January, but it was very 12-step exclusive. And so we want to be more inclusive of multiple pathways to recovery, including MAT and, you know, smart recovery and all these different aspects. So instead of having panels about the 12 steps, what we're going to do is we're going to have panels about topics. So let's just say that the topic was on forgiveness. You know, Al-Anon person, how did you work forgiveness? Matt person, how did you work forgiveness? And we just come and we share, you know, and it gives people an opportunity, especially if they're experiencing multiple issues, that they can come and just freely share about healing. So that's going to take place September 9th through the 12th here in Colorado Springs. It's in my hometown. I'm really excited about that. I will definitely post the dates in the chat, and hopefully, I don't know if I could do a flyer, but I'll definitely post the dates in the chat, and, you know, visit our website, whitebison.org. We have a lot of really great programs and information, upcoming projects to share with you guys. We're actually in the process of developing an International Technical Assistance Center as well. So I could go on for a very long time, but I won't take up too much of your time. But I just wanted to say, Anashik, thank you very much for allowing me to share this space with you tonight. And thank you for all the words that people have given that came before me. And I really appreciate the work that you all do, you know, kind of being there on the front lines and helping people find recovery. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let's give our hands, one more hand together for all of them that joined us this evening, all the indigenous tribes that joined us tonight. We thank you so much, Kateri. We thank you, Chief Sakem. We thank you, Andre Strong Bearheart. And please know that, you know, we're behind you guys 100%. We want to see this change. We want to see, you know, that diversity, equity, inclusion for all. And we mean that for all, you know, so we're behind you. And I don't know if you've seen the chat, they were blowing it up. They want to see Wellbriety blow up in Massachusetts. Let's make it happen. With that being said, our next speaker spent over 20 years in state prison for a drug-related crime. Upon her release, she faced the overwhelming task of reintegrating into a changed world. She sought out recovery coaching throughout ATR and STR program and was connected with MOAR. And let's put our hands together and let's welcome Julie Pike, our very own recovery coach.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to everybody who has come, and thank you for all who have stayed. And what a great community we have here, sharing our sobriety and celebrating what a crazy year this has been, really. So my story kind of, like Noelle said, it started back in prison, and for me, I had to learn how to find my own strength and my own support in sobriety in prison. Not a fun place to do it, but it is what it is. You know, working on the recovery, spirituality, mental health, physical, because for me and for anybody, really, recovery is starting from the inside. It is an inside job, no pun intended, being in jail, but it's an inside job where we have to change cell by cell inside. That's how we change to become healthy again. And when I came out, I went into this great place called ATR, and Danielle O'Brien, which I've seen on here tonight. She was my contact person at ATR, and she was asking me if I wanted a recovery coach. And what was a recovery coach? She shared with me that a recovery coach, how they can help me start my baseline of how I want my recovery to look like, what my foundation is. And that person ended up being Kim. And you know, between Danielle and Kim working with me, it was amazing to have people who really had faith in me, who believed in me, who kept lifting me up and pushing me forward to be all and be somebody that I could be on the outside in my own freedom. I remember Kim taking me to the subway because I always felt like they were going to swallow me up, you know. And today I don't mind riding the subway. I think it's a ton of fun. I don't feel like I'm going to be swallowed up and lost somewhere in a tunnel. You know, so that was finding strength, finding space, finding support. And, you know, in the lieu that this is the season of giving, I was so grateful for everything that my recovery coach, Kim, had given me and supporting me. I couldn't say thank you enough. So I started hanging around the office more. And, you know, what can I do? Photocopy this, stuff envelopes this way. Whatever needed to be done in the office, make phone calls. I was there. I wanted to help. And finally, one day, I was asked if I wanted to be a recovery coach. And what a great way to give back. You know, for me, it felt like the right shoe going on my foot. I can't really explain it any other way. And so that's how I give back today. I'm, you know, thank you to Marianne and the team for continuing to stand by me and be with me. You know, Marianne, thank you so much for all that you do for your staff and for the communities of Massachusetts. And giving back is the most important thing. It's not just for the holidays. Giving back is all year long. That's what we do when we're sober, when we come into sobriety. And as a recovery coach, that's what I choose to put forward. How do I get to offer people a better life, be their cheerleader, their navigator, their support team, and give to them the life that they want, need, and deserve. And there is no better gift than that. There isn't. With that, happy holidays, everybody. Stay safe, be well, and hope to see everybody soon in person.
All right. Let's put our hands together. Come on, let's thank you. Thank you, Julie. Thank you so much. Our next speaker began her career in social work as a mental health clinician, performing outreach work in the town of Holyoke, 24 years ago. Her personal background in recovery led her to work in the recovery community. She launched the first peer recovery program for pregnant and parenting women in Holyoke and led the program for 8 years. She has been a program director at Hope for Holyoke for 5. Let's put our hands together for Debbie Flynn Gonzalez.
Hey, all right, you guys, I'm so glad you're hanging in there. I'm not going to talk at all. I'm just going to kick it off to a video that we did. Shout out to Hope for Holyoke, who's still hanging out in the house here. And as you can see, we know how to have fun. Yes. So I know you're all wondering what's going on in the continuing saga of Abuelito and Seymour and the gang of puppet peers, we call them. So with no further ado, we're going to kick it off to their video and you can see what's going on with them. Thank you so much. Happy holidays, everybody. Are you putting that on, Noel? I'm thinking yes. Or am I? You want me to share mine? I can.
No, it's the.
Are they showing us? They're showing us. You want me to share my screen and do that? I can. I guess so. Let's do it. Open it. We're not muted. Hold on. Gonna make sure you get the sound. Put on your mask. I am. I just can't. Of introducing some of my great friends. What's going on?
Turn the
yes,
turn
and
the
here
button.
they are.
There you
And
go.
Noah, get off for us.
Hey, everybody. How are you? We may not be the Brady Bunch, but we are a great bunch of people.
That's
and we're
true.
here tonight
That's true.
to introduce all our guests today at the MOAR annual holiday celebration. And my good friend, Abuelito is in the house. Abuelito, what's up?
So, this party here, this MOAR party, you never been to it, right? Noah, let me tell you a little bit about the party here at MOAR. Listen, they got very good people here. They got good food like Cubano. They got a lot of good speakers. Oh my God, they do a lot of things for the Christmas party. The only thing that if I had to say something, it was the flan. The flan. Yeah, the flan. The flan was not too good. It was good, but it wasn't enough. But that's okay. I still ate it. I think I ate 4 pieces of the flan to make 1 piece of flan.
So we got a big day today. We got a lot of people coming in for this program. Zoom, we got a lot of people on Zoom, Abuelito. Hey, I'm proud of myself. I said that right. And so, of course, we got a whole bunch of good people. And the first one is Mary Ann. Where's Mary Ann?
Yay! Hi, it's so great to see here and to be here with you all.
Hi, Mary Ann.
Vocal, valuable, and now virtual. Oh boy, and you guys look so great in your ugly sweaters. I don't think they're ugly at all.
Thanks.
You know something? Listen, hey, that Mary Ann, she a very, very nice lady. You know that, Noah? She very nice. She a little hyper, but you know something? She has a lot to give to people, and that's why I love Mary Ann.
So who else is with us today, Abuelito?
Hey, also we got this guy, his name is, I don't know, he's happy.
Sunshine Scotty!
They call him Sunshine Scotty!
Sunshine in! Hey, it's great to see everyone. Thank you. So, I'm enjoying tonight. How about you guys? Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Great. Yeah. My twin brother, Seymour, invited me over here. What's that, Seymour? Hold on, bud. I'll be there in a second.
What?
Oh, my God.
I'm not going out there because I know Willow's there, and I'm not going there. I'm not.
Oh, my God.
Oh, we're on Zoom?
Here we go.
Oh, well, then I'm going to go.
Can I?
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
Marianne.
Hey,
Nice
what's
to see you.
happening, man?
Hi, Noah.
Hi, Seymour.
Hi, Wello.
Yeah. Hi, Seymour. You know,
Hey, I didn't get a chance to thank you for the shirt. It was pretty cool.
what the shirt say?
It says, I wanted a PS4, but I got this ugly shirt.
And that's what you deserve. And you deserve that shirt. No more. Don't forget it. Don't forget it what you did to me.
Listen, Wello, you can't act up. You'll get in hot water. Because you know what? There's a whole lot of mandated reporters here. And right, Scotty, you got my back. Sunshine Scotty got my back.
Let me see.
That's my
Reporter
bro.
channel 4022. I don't care. I don't care who reported. You, when I talk to you later, I will tell you what I'm going to do. Don't worry about it. I haven't forgot about the money.
Uh-oh. Calm down, everybody. Calm down. Everybody calm down.
But Willow, aren't you going to address the obvious? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Noah.
What do you got
my
there?
twin brother, Scotty.
Yeah,
My
I
twin
know.
brother.
Yeah, I know. I at first I didn't know that you had a twin brother, but
I do.
Now I know. And you know something? That's okay. That's okay. Because now I know. I don't know who's played the trick on me, whether you or the Sunshine Scotty. One of you
Sunshine Scotty? Seymour. Sunshine Scotty? Seymour.
Okay.
Listen, isn't it like a novella?
Yeah.
Mr.
No, I give you a novella. Hey, Noah.
Yeah, we got some other people here today.
Yeah, who is it?
Well,
Tell me.
all the way from Worcester, Athena.
Athena.
Up, Worcester!
Hey, Athena!
Hey, Worcester in Recovery app. Yes, it's so good to be here at Mechanics Hall in Worcester again.
Huh?
Hey, Athena, excuse me. Remember, we're actually not in Mechanics Hall.
Oh, buddy.
We are virtually on Zoom. Oh, boy.
Oh, that's right.
Actually,
man.
I'm in my living room.
That's right. Well, whatever. Y'all know my heart is in Worcester at Mechanics like every year. I love it there. Usually I'd be going around telling people, shh, be quiet. Hey, listen to the speaker. Hey, this is a great time over here in Worcester. I love my peeps. Yeah. Well, anyway, hey, by the way, don't forget, people, this is very important. You need to do your membership card.
Yes, sir.
Get memberships in. More.
Full-fledged
Membership
member.
is really important. So get those cards in, and we love you. Happy recovery, Worcester, and all my peeps in recovery. And
What a great, yeah, what a nice lady. How about, she is really nice, isn't she, Abuelito?
Yeah. You know, she's nice. Only thing I can't understand her thick Worcester accent, but yeah, she's a very nice lady.
Yeah, I can relate to not understanding someone's thick accent.
Oh, what are you trying to say, Noah? You're looking at you say nothing that you were when you say our I can't even say the word right.
Abuelito.
But it's abuelito, and I tried to say to you it's parandas, and you say parandas and parindas, whatever you say. We supposed to respect each other. You know, we are maybe different, but you know one thing is that we're all the same because we're all in recovery.
Yeah.
Well, that's right. That's beautifully said, Mr. Abuelito, sir.
Yes, it is.
Yes. Okay. So now we do a friend. You know her too. She worked at the Springfield Center. Her name is Trevi, and she got some important information to share with us. Come on in, Trevi.
Yay, Trevi!
Trevi, you're muted.
Trevi, you are on the mute.
Every single time. Trevi.
Is she frozen? Is she frozen or is she on mute? What a problem.
She's frozen now.
Trevi, are you there?
Ay, Dios mío.
Oh, there she
I
goes.
cannot believe
Trevi,
it.
she's back.
There she goes.
Back.
Okay.
Trevi,
You're muted. You're muted. The button down there. Press the button down there.
Okay, Trevi.
Oh, no, now she's off.
Oh, no,
Brett?
I think
Where'd she go?
Okay.
Oh,
I think she's
come on.
frozen. Oh my God.
Every time we do
Every
this.
time we do this.
Abolito,
Okay,
every
thank
time.
you very much, everybody.
Hey!
Oh, yeah, bye-bye.
Hey, now, hi, Trevi.
Trevi feel like she was frozen at one time.
Frozen again.
Now she's frozen again. Hey,
You know what? That's what happens on Zoom anyways, Abolito.
Yeah, you know, hey, that's okay.
You know what?
I don't hear her.
We're going to have to say thank you, Trevi, for everything. But now we're going to be turning to a video of our friends from Hope for Holyoke and Springfield Recovery Center, Peer Recovery Center. Some pandemics.
No. It's called parandas. Yes.
Paranda.
I talk about it. You used to do the when I was in Puerto Rico. We used to do that. We used to go around to people's houses, and we used to, come by and play music. Back in the day when I drink, you come in the house, they give you food, they give you something to drink, you play music, you go to the next house. This is what it's called, parandas. Yeah.
Yes, that's right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Parandas de Esperanza.
Yay! Thank you.
Muy buenas tardes, ¿cómo están? Aquí vamos de parranda para estas Navidades, felicitar a todas aquellas personas. Únanse a nosotros, salimos del parque de veteranos aquí en Holyoke y hasta aquí a Hope for Holyoke. Deseando a todos una feliz Navidad, muy bonitas cosas y todo con mucho amor.
That was amazing. That
In
was
the interest of
hilarious.
time,
That
you
was
can catch it all
awesome.
on the Facebook page. Please
That was
remember,
phenomenal.
imitation is the best form of flattery to my friends at MOAR.
Oh my gosh, that was
That was
amazing.
awesome.
Thank you so
That
much.
was great. That was great. Now I was looking for a Noel doll. What happened to that? I seen the Scotty, a Trevi, a Marianne. I was feeling kind of left out, but that's all right. That's all good. Thank you so much to Debbie Flynn Gonzalez and Hope for Holyoke, the crew, the Parandas. That was awesome. Our next
Noel, Springfield got you next year. We're gonna get your own special puppet.
Y'all heard that, right? Our next speaker is a writer and professor who volunteers as board chair and writing group facilitator of Voices from Inside. She teaches in the social science division at Holyoke Community College, as well as the gender studies department for Smith College and the University of Massachusetts. When she isn't teaching or writing, she's hanging out with her child, who wants everybody to know that he turned 1 year old today. Let's give a warm welcome to Adina Gianelli.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here and having Voices from Inside here. I am just profoundly moved by everyone. This is my 9-year-old as of today, Sammy. He's crashing the party. Forgive me. Just delighted to be here. So thrilled and honored to be with you all. Grateful for the work you're doing, and elated to highlight Voices from Inside, which is a writing group that has been in operation in Western Massachusetts for over 20 years now. And I could go on endlessly about the organization. Would love to connect with anyone who's interested in learning more about it. In Western Massachusetts, we're always looking for partners. Anyone on the other side of the state who might be interested in doing something similar, I'll share my information in the chat. But far more importantly than hearing from me tonight, two of my favorite people, two of the most phenomenal women and brilliant writers I know and love and have the honor and privilege of working with are going to share a bit of their writing. So I'm honored and thrilled to introduce Ms. Sonia Mendez, who's going to read first, followed by Amy Heisen. Thank you all for having us with you tonight. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sonia. Can you hear me? Okay, great. So tonight I'll be reading Library. I just wrote this the other day in one of our meeting groups. We meet online now. So here it goes. She walked by the library nearly every day. She knew it held books. Maybe one day she'd grasp the meaning of time enough at last. An episode of The Twilight Zone that was imprinted in her memory she had yet to understand. As for now, she could not explore the thought further. She had not the time to read. She had probation and was about to face a judge. She gave a positive last week. She failed the on-spot random, her conditions for release revoked. She was sent to upstate prison along with other women who had never been there before. Lost her job, her car, her apartment, and the custody of her children at stake. Never again, she whispered to herself, she would make this mistake. Unable to make bail, completely broke, her eyes watered as the frog nestled permanently in her throat. Wait a minute, sorry. When the wagon arrived, she accepted her demise. To her surprise, she slept through the night, but was awakened by the prison guard's loudspeaker announcement, "It's library time." The sign-up sheet was available every week. 40 minutes on Tuesday mornings, the same day the Voices from Inside Writers Group meet. She signed up for both, and that's where her recovery began. She understood the meaning now. She had time enough at last. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sonia. Hi, everybody. My name is Amy Heisen, and I am also a part of Voices from Inside. And so I'm here in Greenfield, Mass, way over on the western side of the state. And I've been to the MOAR event, and I want to thank all the people who reminded me of the flan that I'm missing tonight. That was my favorite part. I'll tell you a little secret. I was very close to the table at the end of last year, and there was this big plate of it left, and me and my table mate kept sneaking up and getting just a little bit more flan. So yeah, that's good. Anyway, so Voices from Inside, for those of you who don't know, we have a writing group normally in inside the Chicopee Winds jail and in here in Franklin County at the Franklin County Sheriff's Office. And we also have groups on the outside at after incarceration support systems, which is now all inclusive support systems, and at the Recover Project here in Greenfield. And I've been facilitating the group at Recover Project and the groups inside the Greenfield jail here since I started at the Recover Project in 2017 and at the jail in 2018. And I'm also a woman in long-term recovery. And writing has been, for me, my primary path to recovery for not only substance use disorder, but also from mental health issues. And so Voices from Inside for me has been an amazing godsend, because not only has it given me the opportunity as a woman in recovery to work on my recovery through my writing, but it has also helped me to find my passion as a facilitator and my place in the recovery community and sort of the lane that I fit best in. I love the Recover Project. I'm a peer leader there, and I'm so, you know, the peer-to-peer recovery movement is just the most incredible thing ever. And so I don't really have to say much else other than I wanted to read a piece for you tonight. I want to thank everyone who's spoken. I want to thank MOAR. I really feel like I've been very out of touch, obviously, as many of us have. And, you know, I can isolate easily, and I mean, I'm okay with that. And during this time when we were all asked to stay home, I found myself, I've been in recovery from opiates for 13 years. And, you know, I found myself early on in recovery craving something that I hadn't felt in a very, very long time. And at no point did I feel in danger of actually relapsing, but just the realization of that was a really big thing for me. And so having created the Zoom platform for us to write on, to get together and do our writing groups on, was a really wonderful godsend. And I thank everyone out there who's doing that work, for everyone in recovery, whatever you're doing, to help get us through this. Thank you all so much, because we really need it. And I won't go on any longer. I'll just read my piece. And similar to what I believe it was Kelly was the woman's name who read the piece earlier, said, I wanted to choose something that was on a positive note for tonight. And this is called My Own Frequency. Hold on one second. I'm really sorry. I have to take a sip of the seltzer first, or I'm just not going to get through this. I'm nervous and my mouth is really dry. All right. Mind your own frequency. Our world can change in the blink of an eye, for better or worse. Sometimes this feels like a curse, but the universe doesn't see things the same way as you and me. So we need to be mindful of what we ask for as we carefully name each frequency that we claim. If indeed we want more of what it is that we call good, then we cannot let our mood be dictated by fear nor dominated by anger. For so many of us, there is ever the danger of diving in and staying where we claim we no longer wish to be, because we are more comfortable with those old norms and familiar storms in our lives than we are with moving on. And so we cling to those same old songs and sing them daily. But if we truly wish to be the change we claim we wish to see, we must play each hand as if we have already won the game. Stop fighting our better selves so hard, refusing to play the same old cards that got us here stop fighting our better selves so hard, refusing to play the same old cards that got us where we are, and which we know in our hearts will never allow us to win this game of life. Once we find the courage to open our hearts to a brand new start, believe it or not, we can even learn to embrace the hard parts when they arise. Now, this may come as a surprise, but those are the parts that teach us how to change and how to rearrange our thinking so that it's no longer sinking us down into the depths we so desperately claim we wish to be lifted from. By simply shifting our perspective, we can begin to more effectively access the collective frequency of love in order to rise above our worries and cares, not pretend that they aren't there, but no longer be beholden to them, no longer willing to be defined by our pain in the name of suffering. We give way to the blessings that these lessons carry for us as we embrace our shadow and grow from that which once would have taken us under. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. That was great. Thank
Very
you so
good.
much for those spoken words. You know, a lot of times spoken words is what gets us through. You know, some of these poems, when we put them together, we put our hearts and minds into them, you know. So I want to thank you. Thank you, Adina. Thank you, Sonia. And thank you, Amy. Thank you guys for sharing so much. Our next speaker is a woman in recovery, strong advocate for collegiate recovery organizations. In her own words, through her involvement in recovery at UMass Boston, she has gone from a place of complete and utter hopelessness to a place of hope and light. Let's put our hands together for Lena Abdallah.
Hi, everybody. My name is Lena. I'm a person in long-term recovery. What that means to me is I have not used drugs or alcohol since August of 2014. It also means I get to live a much more fulfilling life today. I'll be quick since it's the end of the night. It's been a long and beautiful day. So I'm here to tell you about collegiate recovery. What is collegiate recovery? It's college recovery. I did a lot of this work at UMass Boston. What I mean by this work is just really helping support recovery on UMass Boston's college campus. I finished my bachelor's there and then continued on doing more collegiate recovery work while I was a graduate student. College recovery made such an impact on my personal recovery journey that I got involved with a few other dedicated students to create a grassroots community group called Greater Boston Collegiate Recovery. Our mission is that Greater Boston colleges and universities, hopefully one day all of Massachusetts, has recovery support on their campuses. Overall, this is a movement that's been happening all across the US, but it's a really slow moving movement. A lot of support is needed. We have a lot of students in Boston who are meeting currently, helping this mission to continue on even during these trying times with COVID-19. It hasn't made it easy, but students are being creative, meeting virtually, trying to do virtual events online. Tufts, for example, created actually a virtual world that students could enter and connect in. So everyone's doing the best they can, but of course there are many, many people and students who aren't getting the support they need. And I say people because college recovery is not just for current students, but it's for individuals who are struggling or are actively in recovery that want to seek out education and to know that it's possible for them. If college recovery programs existed on every college campus, more individuals who are struggling or are actively in recovery would realize that it's something that's a possibility for them. We have been trying to take what we know and what we consider ourselves experts in and use that to help collegiate recovery in Greater Boston area. We've been in contact with local colleges and sharing information on the importance of recovery support on their campuses in hopes that they'll start a college recovery program on their campus to support their students that might be struggling or need support. We have done a lot of community outreach and have been involved with youth in recovery. Roger at Ostagai Recovery High School has been a partner to us in facilitating the connections between Recovery High School students and college students. When you think of recovery high schools, you should think of collegiate recovery. It's really just a natural extension. We have been trying to get more active on a policy level. MOAR has been supporting us in this and has been a support to us really during our entire journey. So we thank Marianne and everyone with MOAR so much. And one of the issues on the top of our agenda currently is mass rehab and the aid they will be getting to hopefully continue the work they do. It's huge, actually, it's huge. And it's really important to students in recovery. And the greater issue overall is that we have been working on trying to have this grow in Boston, and it has been very hard. And what we realize is we need support on a state and government level. So we're asking everyone to support collegiate recovery's movement by having conversations about it, encouraging schools to start collegiate recovery, and talking to your legislator about the importance of recovery support on college campuses. We need this to be a priority for the state. All college campuses need recovery support, bottom line. Anybody out there who is in recovery and wants to go to college, or if you're in college and don't have support, reach out to me and I can help be that connector. I'm gonna put our website for our community group and my email in the chat box. Feel free to reach out. Thank you, everybody, so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Lena. You know, it's important. That collegiate recovery is so important. Moving forward, our next speaker is a woman with over 30 years of sustained recovery through the use of treatment and her pathway. She values the experience of being a mother. She has now a master's degree and is gainfully employed in the counseling field, supporting men experiencing homelessness and addiction. Let's put our hands together and welcome Paulette Burns.
Hi, my name is Paulette Burns. Thank you so much. I'm truly honored to be here tonight on this platform with so many great speakers. It's really been amazing to hear so much recovery and so many different aspects of resources. And I guess that's exactly what MOAR stands for. But again, my name is Paulette. And I have been in recovery since May 21st of 1990. And my pathway to recovery was not my decision to go. The decision was made for me by someone else, not by the courts, but by my loving mother who couldn't, you know, it was killing her to see me killing myself, you know, but by that time I had lost my children. And I want to say my mom was gracious enough to step in after I've lost everything, including my kids. And she stepped in and she took my kids. And I guess after a while, enough was enough. And she said, that's it. She tried to support me as best she could. She was raising two of my kids. One had gotten separated from the family and was adopted into a different family outside my family. So I wasn't done until she marched me to detox. And was my first time going to detox. I knew nothing about detox. As far as I was concerned, I thought detox was for bums. And at the time, I didn't realize that I was a bum because I was homeless. I was penniless. I was useless. And I was all those things that I thought a bum was made of. And when I got to detox, I realized that it was one of the best things that I could have done. It was one of the best things, one of the best decisions that could have been made for me when I couldn't make it for myself. And, you know, the God of my understanding had a plan for me. He had a purpose for me on my life. And I need to say, and I say this all the time, that this process has been a curse and a blessing at the same time. You know, the curse was everything that I went through to get here. And the blessing has been everything that I've gained since I've been here. And it's been so many gifts. They say, you know, in the 12-step program that I belong to, they talk about one promise, but many gifts. And I've received so many gifts since I've been here, you know, way beyond my wildest dreams. I struggled in high school. I struggled in elementary school. Thank God we have so many resources that we have today. And I just think that, you know, during that time, I had a learning disability. I struggled in school. No one knew what the problem was. They didn't have diagnosis back then, you know, and today I truly understand. But you know, since that day my mother brought me to treatment, I completed treatment. I'm a cheerleader for treatment. Treatment has given me my life back. You know, I had my kids back. My mom passed. My dad passed 8 years into my process. And, you know, I remember when I was in treatment and I was so excited to be there. And while I was there, I had to get a job. I got a job, and my first job was working in, some of you may remember, Filene's Basement. And I was so happy and humbled to be able to clean their bathrooms for them. And I remember being accused of using my, and today I understand that it was today I understand that it was my higher powers way of getting me here. But they fired me, and I was in treatment, and I was like, oh my God, how am I gonna pay my rent? I was done with the halfway house. I finally made my way to independent living, and thank God that I had the foundation that I had. And I remember saying to myself, you know, it wasn't I should go get high because I've lost my job. It was like, why don't I go to that place where I do commitments at and ask them if they need a housekeeper? And I went to that place and I asked them if they need a housekeeper, and they said no. They said we need a medical assistant. And I was like, oh my God, you know, I don't know how to do that. And they said, we'll teach you. But they said the job is from 11 to 7 in the morning. And I said, well, what else do I have to do at that time of night? I'm not running the street no more. I could be making money. And I took that job. And I remember, you know, doing vital signs and talking to the clients. And, you know, I started getting the bug, and I started getting on fire, and I started having the passion to do this job. And I remember asking if I could run a group, and I started running groups. And then I said to my boss then, I said, I want to be a counselor. And she said, you go to school and I'll give you a job. And I went to UMass Boston back then, and I did the chemical dependency course, and I did my internship at my place of employment. And I need to say that, you know, I've been clean ever since I first got clean. I haven't had any relapses, and I've been employed, and it's only through the grace of God that I have been employed. I have not been unemployed since I've been employed. And that's a blessing, you know, and through my journey of employment, you know, the place where I am now, today I work for Pine Street and Men's Stabilization Program. It's a program for men who struggle with addiction and homelessness and mental illnesses. And I remember my boss saying to me, you need to go to school. You know, you need to go get a degree. And I said, I don't want to go back to school. And every supervision meeting, he pounded going back to school. And I didn't want to go until he got on my nerves so bad that I finally made a decision to go to school. And I finished with my undergrad degree. I finished with a graduate degree. And you know, my goal today is just to continue to do what I do today. I love the men that we serve at Pine Street and Men Stabilization. I've been there for the last 17 years consistently, you know, and my goal today through recovery is to as a matter of fact, this coming Tuesday, I'm asking that you guys keep me in your prayers. I am going to take the licensure exam to become licensed as a mental health clinician. And my goal is to, after retirement, because I have a little while to go, but not that much long. It's not too far away. For retirement, and my retirement goal is to have my own practice in my community where I can help people of color, because in my community, my people are suffering. There's a lot of mental illness, and it's really not a lot of resources. So, you know, we all have a purpose, you know, and sometimes we don't know what our purpose is until that day you wake up and say, damn, now I know why I was chosen to get clean or to be given the gift of recovery to do these things. So I'm really grateful, and I appreciate being asked to be here tonight. But it's been a privilege and an honor to hear so many things that I've heard tonight. And I want to thank everyone that spoke before me that gave me so much insight and so much inspiration. Thank you so much. Have a good night and happy holidays to everyone.
Wow, thank you, Paulette. Thank you, Paulette. That's right. Let's get a one more thank you for Paulette. You know, it's funny, and I hate to do this, but there's so many things that you touch base upon that we can all relate to. So thank you for sharing that, Paulette. It's so awesome. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is employed through Plymouth Public Schools as the program coordinator of the Plymouth Youth Development Collaborative, PYDC. This community coalition focuses work on strategic prevention and reducing youth substance to increase the protective factors that support a healthy community to enhance community collaborations in Plymouth. Let's give a warm welcome to Kelly Maycumber. Thank you, Kelly.
Thank you, Noel. What a mouthful that was for an introduction. I'm glad you shortened it from what it was. If you're still on the call, hi, thanks for being here and thanks for having me here. I swear that me and Noel keep each other alive on the Zoom call, so I appreciate your energy. My name is Kelly. I work for Plymouth Public Schools currently, and I am funded through a federal grant called Drug Free Communities. So I guess prior to, working for Plymouth Public Schools, I was a 6th grade English teacher, and I worked at High Point Treatment Center writing prevention curriculum. But really if you think about the substance use, I guess, whole overall, the buckets, I really fall into the prevention bucket. So if you think prevention, intervention, recovery, a lot of the work I do is focused on working with young people and really sharing the message of prevention with them. So yeah, our community coalition really focuses on bringing partners to connect them with the school to push the goal of preventing substance use in general. I thought that tonight, maybe some people that are on the call could benefit from knowing about an event we have that's upcoming. I think it might be something you could get on board with. So I'm always trying to think about elementary school kids and how we can start really young with the prevention message. A lot of times I get funny looks for that, but I think that, you know, an age appropriate conversation is always a good thing. So we put together a virtual story time that we're doing on Monday, December 21st. So if you are a person that knows someone that has an elementary age kid that might benefit from talking about substance use in an age appropriate way, we're reading 2 books that were written by authors that are local to the Plymouth area. One of them is Teresa Harmon and one of them is Sarah Cloud. The book titles are Mama Paca, My Heart Won't Let You Go, and Sam the Superhero in a Super Life. So Sam the Superhero in a Super Life focuses around a young boy with neonatal abstinence syndrome and his journey to find his superpowers. And then Mama Paca focuses on a young girl who loses her mom to an overdose. So heavy topics, of course, but we're hoping to, you know, read the stories and have the appropriate staff on the call to field questions. So be perfect to share with anyone who might be struggling to have that conversation with a young person. So we're doing a half-hour book read, and then the second half hour is an adult question and answer. So if you sign up for the event, we'll email over a youth activity for kids to be doing while their adult is in the question and answer, so their parent or guardian. But that's just one of the, you know, initiatives that we run. We're all about prevention education starting as early as possible. But mostly I think that just sitting here listening, I want to say thank you to everyone on the call that shared their stories. I think that sometimes we get so used to sharing stories that we forget that it's really, you know, brave to be honest. So thanks for everyone that took the time to kind of share those, you know, personal things. And I'm going to drop the PDF to that event in the chat so that you guys can sign up if you want to. The first 25 people to sign up for the event will get free copies of both books emailed to them. If you're not one of the first 25, you can buy both books on Amazon. The titles will be in the flyer. But Noelle, thank you again for having me. And I hope that that event was worthwhile sharing for anyone that's looking to, you know, breach the heavy topic around this time of year with a young person. So thanks again.
All right, thank you so much, Kelly. Thank you for that information. You know, a lot of times we forget how important prevention is, you know what I mean? Because we're working in the front lines and we're working in individuals, you know, but prevention is huge. It's so important and it's key. And with that being said, I want to thank you everyone, thank all the speakers. And I think we have a video presentation that we're going to play.
One, we have no teachers on this issue. I am not a teacher. I am a student, and I'm challenging all of you to become students of this rapidly changing ecology of recovery in the United States. We need to understand the indigenous recovery capital within each of our communities that is far beyond the recovery fellowships that exist, and begin to figure out how do we begin to integrate those into treatment. We need to extend the service design of addiction treatment from an emergency room model to a model of sustained recovery management. And that process is very much underway in the United States. Number 3 is we need to move beyond the issue of reduction of pathology and begin to talk about this concept of recovery capital. How do we begin to build recovery capital, meaning the internal and external resources that people can mobilize to initiate and sustain long-term recovery? And talk about family recovery capital and neighborhood recovery capital and community recovery capital. That means we will be blending models of clinical intervention and therapy with models of cultural revitalization and community development. So we're going to begin to reintegrate peoples whose jobs are to organize recovery support services within our local communities. Number 5, and that is we're going to begin to look for potent combinations and sequences of clinical and non-clinical recovery support services that dramatically elevate long-term recovery outcomes greater than if people only had one element of those. What we're looking for is the equivalent of, we're looking for the AIDS, the psychosocial equivalent of the AIDS cocktail. you understand? Where individual elements were found to have very limited power. But when we combine and sequence those, we get dramatically elevated power and potency of those interventions in terms of recovery outcomes. Finally, and I think this one is going to be very difficult for us, and that is the issue of how do we move from people going through our programs, quote unquote, to how do we begin to develop an ever expanding menu of ideas and metaphors and stories and interventions and support services that can be uniquely combined and sequenced to deal with the incredible diversity of the people that we have entering our programs. In closing, I want to say one thing. My entire presentation reflects, I hope, a sense that we are on the brink of moving from a pathology paradigm and a treatment paradigm as the center of the field to a paradigm of recovery. What some of you don't know in this room is that some of you will go on in the city of Boston, in the state of Massachusetts, and nationally to help lead this movement. And for those of you in this room, I wish each of you, and particularly those of you who may not know it, but your destiny is tied up with this larger movement that is now unfolding. I wish all of you Godspeed on your journey into this recovery frontier. Thank you so, so much for the invitation. Thank you.
Powerful words, powerful words. And without hesitation, I'm going to move on to the winners of tonight's Ugly Sweater Contest. And I know some of them may have left the building. And if they did leave the building, I do apologize, because then you're not going to find out that you are the winner or tied to be a winner. So with that being said, the winner for the Ugly Sweater Contest, and I had it here. All right, here we go. For the individual winner, the one who won the individual winner is Debbie Flynn Gonzalez. All right, let's put our hands together for Debbie Flynn. And for the group winners, we have what's called a tie. We have a tie with the Springfield Recovery Center and Hope for Holyoke. And what we have, that's right, let's put our hands together one more time. Come on, those were some great sweaters. There were some great promenade walks they were doing, showing off their sweaters. And with that being said, I just want to take this time to thank every one of you for staying with us this whole time. We do recognize that we did go over quite a bit of time. And with that being said, I'm going to hand the mic back over to the man of the hour, Kevin McCarthy. Here you go, sir. All yours to send us away.
Well, thank you for that welcomed moment of surprise. But I can't say enough. It's for those of you that didn't notice, I did miss the middle because work called and I was doing my recovery thing that I do every day, and it's just I had to come back because this is always just a good time to understand that one of the things that we need to do right now is to find a way to create community in a virtual space. This holiday season is the time to begin it. COVID-19 isn't going away. We're not going back to the old normal in a hurry. So what can we do? What can we do by setting a tempo like this great evening? These can happen more and more and more. Thank you, Marianne, for leading the charge. And thank you, Team MOAR, for picking up the gauntlet and running with it. And, we've had some great virtual events in 2020, okay? So I think that Kirsten, Noel, Marianne, Athena, if I miss anybody, Ma, Julie, of events coming into 2021 that are going to bring this community together in the face of everything, right? We do recover. We will recover from COVID in 2021. And I want to say happy holidays to everybody, no matter what you celebrate. the first thing I know everyone here celebrates is they celebrate their recovery. Thank you very much for showing up tonight and doing the long haul. And Julia, always thank you for being there for us, our #1 cheerleader, our #1 fan. And I want to say good night to everybody. And I see Trevi, and I know I missed people, and I'm sorry. And Dawn, our newest member of Team MOAR. Welcome everybody, and all of you from across the state and across the nation. And I don't know about you, but whenever I hear Bill White speak, it awakens a part of me that says, this is our time. And thank you very much, and good night.
Good night.
Recovery's real, everybody. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Love you, Lorraine.
Good night, everyone.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
You are more beautiful.
Happy holidays.
Recovery is real.
Yeah, real. It's a big
Recovery's
deal.
real.
I want that video posted. I'm gonna look for Julio.
Bye-bye, everyone. Thank you.
Bye.
Love you guys. Good night.
Good night, everybody. Thank you. Recovery's real. Great job.